This video is super duper long. Don't look at the runtime. It's basically 1.5 mega projects put into a single supercut with chapter breakpoints designed to be viewed in multiple sessions. Not that some mad lad out there won't watch it in one sitting. More like one lying down as they fall asleep to my amazingly monotonous voice and then wake up and wonder why they're buying 3 isometric RPGs off of Steam or GOG. Why did I do it this way? Because I wanted to. Is this a good idea? Greetings, travelers. Remember when I was on hiatus after a hiatus that had a hiatus? Well, after a big project, I like to take some time off, emphasis on the try. Especially after ones where I get stuck on something in editing for more hours than is socially acceptable by corporate and my boss. The other kind of hiatus is when I'm having writer's block and I try to drown it away with a degenerate amount of video games. This is not helpful. During one of these episodes a while back, I finally made the push to finish The Legend of Heroes: Trails in the Sky, the first Trails-type game, which resulted in a small, entire black hole consuming me, sending me into a gaming death spiral, so that's why I finished playing through 11 consecutive RPGs back to back. There were some breaks in there, but it doesn't make it sound as cool. It was a refreshing feeling because after years of watching people play through RPGs and not being able to get as consistently excited as them, I finally found it, my RPG series to be an obnoxious fan share about. I hate when people can accurately predict if I will like something or not, because I do have a diverse set of tastes. But there was at least one person who reached out to me on Twitter and said I would love these games. So for your satisfaction, you were right. I'll give you this digital certificate to be smug about. As a critic, I have a set of standards that are largely based on chasing a high from first-time experiences in my childhood, and Trails gave me that feeling again. That's a pretty hefty series endorsement, but first, step into my long elevator. What is the Trails series? Another one of those games I make way too many references to, especially in the soundtrack department. Trails, also known by its Japanese name of Kiseki, is widely considered to be the longest serialized RPG franchise as long as you don't know what rance is. What I mean by serialized in this context is that all games span across multiple arcs where the previous one leads directly into the next. They all take place in the same universe, the same timeline, and have a lot of the same characters. Trying to remove any one of the games would cause the plot to collapse into a singularity and not make any sense. As a vague example, a character introduced in Game 2 gets their resolution in Game 4 and continues to pay out dividends in Game 11. Games within the same arcs will demand that you import the previous game's save data, and it will acknowledge events specific to your personal playthrough. It is incredibly unique and commercially ass-backwards, especially for the gaming industry. Because like a long-running book series or manga, the only true way to get into it is to start from the beginning. Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes. It's in this limbo state where every time a new Trails game comes out, they have to market speak by going, yeah, you can start here. It's totally okay. Please buy our new game. When in reality, if you want to get the most out of it, you'll have to start from the first Sky game. This means the buy-in price for the series is ludicrous, both in terms of time investment and investment. But that's a terrible way to look at Trails, as this incredibly long journey to trudge through only so you can play the new games guilt-free. Because the correct lens is that you should play through the first game, get to the credits, and if you like it, you'll have a lot to look forward to. And that's my own experience. When I finished Trails to Azure, I was impressed by everything I just went through. Not purely in terms of plot, but in terms of gameplay, character building, world building, themes, flavor, all things I love about RPGs. While the series is considered niche, particularly in the West, I am of the belief that it will not stay this way forever. Trails has had consistent momentum for the last 4 years, for a good reason, and people who are fans of turn-based RPGs are like a barrel of dry hay next to a lit gas lamp. All they need is a little push and half of California will be incinerated. I'm so sorry. I wrote and edited this joke about a month before the Palisades fire. No, I don't have clairvoyance, there's just wildfires all the time in California, and that was the entire start and end of the bit. I know the optics are terrible, but let this be a lesson that if I am going to write a joke about natural disasters, I should joke about something that can't happen, like a tsunami in Arizona. There isn't too much marketing outside of word of mouth, so I'm doing my part with a giant, horribly looming asterisk called Cold Steel. However, I am not sharing my strong opinions on Sen no Kiseki in this video. I just want my series recommendation at the start to look like this. Smiley face. Frowny face. Slight smiley face. Angry face. Smiley face that amends the previous angry face into a more neutral expression. Smiley face again. With that in mind, I still played through all of them, and I've played significantly worse than the depths of Cold Steel. But we're here for the Sky games, the beginning, the history, if you will. Trails is a product of Nihon Falcom, or just Falcom, a company that has been making games pretty much since the dawn of time, also known as 1985. They do have a few different series under their belt, like Brandish. When I first saw Trails, I thought, damn, this looks a lot like Ys. And that's because they also make Ys. The 4 Ys players in my audience are impressed I know what Ys is, and 2 of them are looking up if that's how it's actually pronounced.
Ys.
Ys is more of a hack-and-slash dungeon crawler RPG and whatever other buzzwords I could fit into that sentence. The modern games feel 8 years out of date before they even come out, and while I do consider them pretty generic, 10 hours later I go, wait, did I just lie? I have to respect anyone who's a big Ys fan. Not too many people go to bat for it, and Ys 10 just came out in English this past October. Buy it today. Ys is an incredibly long-standing series itself, even longer than Trails, but that's not the focus of this video, or lack thereof. Most of Falcom's early development was exclusively for home computers. Not surprising because Nihon Falcom started as a PC part shop. Some customers made games in exchange for PC parts that Falcom sold on the side. Enough of these games did well that they hired said customers to make more games, and it's probably easy to tell where all this goes. By the mid to late 80s, they had a few different series being produced, their first well-known one being Dragon Slayer, not to be confused with Dragon Quest. Now this is just speculation on my part, but I believe a lot of these games have dragon in the title because of the inspiration from Dungeons & Dragons. Xanadu, Dragon Slayer 2, sold a modest 400,000 copies, which might as well mean it was purchased and played on almost every home computer in Japan at the time. Xanadu is an infamously difficult action RPG, please don't say Dark Souls. They even handed out little laminated cards to anyone who proved that they beat it. The 8th person to officially complete Xanadu is a little-known video game hobbyist called Masahiro Sakurai. That's not an important fact, but it could help you win a trivia night. Falcom would continue to build their reputation as the PC game studio out of Japan, known for their incredibly good tech and high-quality soundtracks that they would publish separately in albums. They're probably one of the earliest game studios to do so. If you want a more comprehensive video on Falcom's early history, Bowl of Lentils has a great one that I only plagiarized partially. It's pretty crazy who some of the people are that worked for Falcom in the past. If you want to know who, watch that video. All of this is probably new information for anybody in the West, as the majority of these games did not see an international release, with the exception of one installment of the Dragon Slayer series. That game's name is Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes. It wasn't entirely a joke earlier. While all the other big RPGs out of Japan were garnering fandoms globally, Nihon Falcom famously was not. In America, Dragon Slayer: The Legend of Heroes remains an obscurity that a few people talk about how it could have taken off like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, but never managed to gain any big traction. While it does look and play like a generic turn-based RPG from the time, the game has a distinct charm about it. Still trying to figure out what that charm is. While it wasn't the exact game that represents a change in Falcom's development philosophy, it does stick out as the last game published by them before losing the remainder of their senior staff. Falcom wasn't exactly a super large studio to begin with, but disagreements with management led to many resignations. Don't remind me of what's happening at Hololive. They became even smaller. Other companies would expand their staff for higher production value, but Falcom decided to take a different approach. They could no longer compete from a technical standpoint, but they could make good text. One good writer could make a compelling game beyond simple cutscenes and graphics. The Legend of Heroes 3 truly represents this change in philosophy, as they hired Tadashi Hayakawa to become the lead writer. The name might not sound familiar, but you would most likely know him for his contributions to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise. This strategy seemed to pay off as the game sold pretty well, becoming well known for its incredible attention to detail, rich world building, and insanely high Japanese character count. This would turn into a full-blown trilogy of games about a cast from each major region in a vast interconnected narrative. If you are already familiar with Trails, that'll sound a little too perfect. The Gaghar trilogy, wait, how do you actually pronounce that word? Seriously, there's no resources for this? Okay, I'm probably butchering the hell out of it. The trilogy I definitely know how to pronounce was not actually finished by Hayakawa, as he left the company due to management conflicts. Boy, that management seems to be doing a fine job over there. Instead, the second half of the third game was finished by Toshihiro Kondo, the man who ran the Gaghar fan site. He wasn't hired because of that, but they did already know who he was. Lead management at Falcom would step down due to health concerns in the early 2000s. Kondo was then promoted, with him being the director and lead writer, combined with all the new developers who spent the last few years building up skills with remakes, ports, and localizations of many Korean games, would all come together to create The Legend of Heroes: Trails in the Sky. Despite the title, it has nothing to do with the original Legend of Heroes series from a narrative perspective. It's more of a fun fact that Trails is a sub-series of The Legend of Heroes, and The Legend of Heroes is a sub-series of Dragon Slayer, which means I'm a fake fan because my journey started with Trails. Trails in the Sky was originally developed for the PC because Falcom was a PC developer. We've already been over this, but I thought I would remind you. Unluckily for them, PC gaming had started becoming niche during this time period. Consoles were super accessible, because you don't need any technical know-how to get a game to run, and that's still true to this day. Don't ask me what I had to do to get Arcturus footage. I'm willing to debug things, but I'm not normal, hence my first name. Consoles continued to expand their market share, while PC gaming remained more of an enthusiast thing. That's my polite way to say that PC gaming was commonly associated with visual novels and Arrowgate. I believe the sharp decline in this period is why many Japanese companies are hesitant to put releases on PC to this day. They are fully convinced a large market doesn't exist. Falcom was not an exception. Kondo saw the writing on the wall and wanted to port their games to console, so they ported Trails over to the PSP. As said earlier, Falcom's games were nowhere near cutting edge after the 80s. In the era of 2D sprite work, this was a lot easier to get away with, but by 2004, this style of game was basically a no-go on home consoles. It's why many RPGs by smaller studios ended up on handheld systems around this time. The PSP is probably the perfect place for it to end up. It had a massive install base, it could easily run on the system, and lo and behold, after being released in 2006, it didn't do very well. Then, when they released a new PSP model in 2007, its sales went up. Not like Falcom was an obscure company, but they finally gained a solid reputation outside of PC. Then the PC market truly tanked in Japan and they moved over to PSP development completely. Then they would go to home console and finally back to PC to complete the circle. After that moderate success, they recognized they could make even more money by finding success overseas. Falcom's previous localized titles have their fans, but weren't particularly popular. Given the PSP's install base, they might have a better chance this time. So they sought out a publishing studio to help localize their games and settled on Exceed, who had a pretty good resume of localizing many other Japanese titles. The PSP version of The Legend of Heroes: Trails in the Sky released on March 29th, 2011. Now, this is just speculation on my part, again, but 2011 is not exactly the best year to capitalize on the PSP market in North America. So why did it take so long? Well, Sora no Kiseki FC has this funny quirk of containing approximately 1.5 million Japanese characters. There's a phenomenal article that Jason Schreier made a long time ago about how difficult it was to localize Trails in the Sky. I am using this as a source of plagiarism, but he makes the correct comparison that this was more akin to translating and localizing a visual novel than an RPG. However, this gap wasn't entirely due to the sheer amount of translation work. I just wanted to make it sound more exciting. The translators only got the deal in 2010, at least that's when the public acknowledgement was. No, it did not take them 7 years. Instead, through sheer force of will, they got it done in about 9 months. Jessica Chavez mentions crunching 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. Once again, read the article. It's a really good, yet horrifying read. In the end, translating through so much content so quickly just to get the game out in the West was a monumental achievement. It's not merely a basic translation either. There was so much care and effort put in to ensure that the hundreds of different characters' personalities shine through. It does take some liberties, but that's probably because translating 1,000 times started to get a little bit stale. As an example for how insanely above and beyond the localizers went, there are 59 unique messages for checking an empty chest in the first game alone. I can't remember exactly which chest it is, but one in the second game literally says, "If you are reading this, please send help. We've been stuck on this game for years." Localization team. And my god, I believe it. The chest messages aren't even in the Japanese version at all. It just uses a generic, "This chest is empty" message. But the game was programmed with a bunch of different separate lines for that text, rather than just reading the same one every time. That's some hilariously bad and inefficient coding, but as a computer science graduate, I'm not allowed to make fun of them. So the localizing team decided to have some fun with it. I can't really understate the amount of effort that goes into all the official translations. And it is the localizers' hard work and belief in the series that help these games exist in the English-speaking world in the first place. Then they can get hate from YouTubers when I saw at least one typo in the whole game, and I can nitpick about the use of some slang but not actually care because I like the game. It's called a double standard. The reward for all their hard work was the game releasing to high critical acclaim and absolutely no commercial success whatsoever. Sales were incredibly low. Those who did get their hands on the game quickly formed a cult around it, touting it as one of the greatest RPGs of all time. Please play the games. However, Falcom was understandably hesitant to translate the second game. Exceed was understandably hesitant as well. This is where Andrew Dice and the company he co-founded called Carpe Fulgur got involved. They wanted to help Exceed translate their more niche titles. I can't keep stealing all of Schreier's work. Why did they think it could work? Well, they managed to get a small Japanese game to sell well on PC by the name of Reciteer. Wait, really? Sometimes you realize how small the world of game development can be. The original version of the Sky games were made for PC anyway. They don't really have to port it, just translate it. But Falcom wasn't convinced this would help improve sales after their first title had flopped. Couple that with their rightful bias against PC gaming and it was an uphill battle. The localizers were not deterred and figured Falcom would see the light eventually with enough pressure. So they started translating before they had an official contract. Now, there is one tiny detail I've been skirting around here, which is after the 1.5 million Japanese characters of the first game that nearly bankrupted 2 companies, the second game is only twice as long. To put this in perspective, I'm stealing more Jason Schreier examples again. God, it's such a fucking good article. Hey, did you know that Jason Schreier just came out with a new book called Play Nice, The Rise and Fall and Future of Blizzard Entertainment? You should probably check it out. The Lord of the Rings trilogy contains 455,125 words. War and Peace, 587,287. Trails in the Sky, SC, the second game alone, with its English translation completed, contains approximately 716,401 words. It's hard to comprehend that. if I didn't already make the visual novel comparison, because Fate Stay Night is 820,000 words in English and Clannad is something like 1.3 million. Trails games do contain very high word counts, though as I played through them, they aren't super duper long. I beat most of the games in the 30 to 50 hour range, which is not long for an RPG, but long for anyone who has a life. Video game donkey. I also did either 100% or close to 100% of all side quests. That's not all reading either. There is combat and gameplay in there, but there is a good reason for why all those words don't directly translate to runtime. Put a pin in this. I'm not going to steal everything from this article because there's so many other twists and turns with contracting, Carpe Fulgur backing out and nearly going bankrupt, putting the company maiming count up to 3 for this game, Exceed taking over that work and finishing everything up, but in the end, they managed to convince Falcom to release the game on PC as well as PSP, and it was finally done on October 29th, 2015. The fact the game even exists in English is something of a Kiseki itself. Let me get the fan translation rhetoric out. Kiseki can't be fully translated over to English, not because it doesn't mean trail, but because it's a double meaning. Depending on what kanji is used, Kiseki also means miracle. In fact, that's the more common use for the word, which is something that they play into all the time in the series. Even people who walk away from the franchise usually have at least a passing respect for the sheer volume of work that is clearly put into them. This is only one part of the story though, because there are more games in the series than just the Sky games. Translating the first two already traumatized multiple people with multiple companies involved. The next game was surprisingly released just a couple of months later on December 22nd, 2015 with Trails of Cold Steel. Wait, that's not the third game in the series? That's the 6th. Yes, while the games are in translation hell, the series was still going strong in Japan, pushing for a home console release with Sen no Kiseki. It does make sense, they didn't want the series to stay as a niche title on PC in the States, and wanted their home console games to get translated first to bring more fans into the series. Regardless of the rest of the translation timeline I'm going to share, I do think this was the right call for long-term success, because they could reach the PlayStation market and the English translations were only 2 years behind, which is a little closer than 7, but remember when we were in that elevator together? I mentioned that this series expects the players to go through the whole thing in order. Well, one of the reasons for all the mixed messaging in the West is the translation order. Trails of Cold Steel 1 is the start of a new arc and is meant to be easier to get into, but they fully plan to bring everything back after people get hooked on one title. That probably worked in Japan, but if you were an English-speaking fan, too bad. You got 2 games you can go back to, and 3 that just don't exist. Cold Steel 2 got its English release in 2016, less than a year after the first one. Sen no Kiseki 3 was not out in Japan yet, which is why Sky 3rd finished translation in 2017. And that is the last game published by Exceed, except it didn't get a PSP version. I wonder why. So we have the first 3 games skipped to and then the next 2 in terms of translation. But fear not, as another company, NIS America, would take over publishing and translation work. So, which one is going to be the next game translated in this serialized game franchise? You guessed it, Cold Steel 3 released in English in 2019, followed by Cold Steel 4 the very next year. After this, the 4th Trails game, the game series where you are expected to play through them all in order, the game that originally came out in Japan in 2010, finished translation, and was published in 2022, with the 5th game, Trails to Azure, finally getting an official translation the following year in 2023. I hope my statement that the reason why Trails is finally taking off in the English-speaking world makes sense. It is not a coincidence. There was no way to officially play through all these games in release order until a year ago, probably 2 by the time I finish this video. There's part skipping arguments in like the JoJo community, but imagine not having an official way to read or watch those parts at all. The remnants of this still kinda remain where people insist that surely these games aren't important, but no. Everything is important. Even the Cold Steel games that I'm not personally a big fan of, it really can't be skipped. It's all relevant to the overall story. But that's the past, and we live in the present. There is no better time to get into the series than right now, because the English translations are caught up and we don't have to worry about official gaps in the timeline. I believe the worst is behind us, with the unfortunate reality that the first 5 games are pretty much locked to PC. But look at this shit. Your PC can run this. It would have been cool to get a Switch port of the first 5 games, but that's why they're releasing a remake of the first one. Oh boy, that's happening. Well, if you want to play them all in full 3D, have fun waiting. And trust me, if you roll the credits on the first game, you ain't waiting. You'll be busting out the wallet and downloading the second game frame zero. Think you're stronger than that? Prove me wrong. Trails in the Sky FC, the biggest wall to the best series. No, it isn't. In entry point discussions, I see this tossed around as a quit out point for many people in the franchise. It's too boring and the pacing is bad. That's a cursed word right there, but I'm not going to go on an even longer tangent about it. I absolutely hate this take. It has interesting plot threads and great personality from the very beginning. It literally opens with Estelle's dad bringing home a child saying that he's Estelle's present. That kid wakes up and starts yelling at Cassius that he should have left him for dead. So Estelle drop kicks this severely injured, bedridden, suicidal child because he's yelling at her father, which is just so rude. Then the boy immediately shuts up and goes, "Who the heck are you?" Think about how much you understand these character dynamics from that alone. More importantly, it builds a lot of great intrigue. Who is Joshua? Why is he so beat up and begging to be left for dead? Why does Estelle immediately accept him? Why is he so much more cheery when we time skip right after this? My point being, I like the game from minute 0. A lot of direct answers will get shelved, but it will come back. It will deliver on this. It just takes its time to get there. But you want to know a slow-paced game that takes its time to build out its cast, their relationships, the world, its protagonists, every single Trails game. The idea that Trails in the Sky FC is uniquely slow-paced is laughable. If anything, I think the series gets more bloated and even slower-paced as time goes on. That's not inherently a bad thing, but if you don't enjoy this type of writing or style of game, I don't think you're going to enjoy Trails. I understand where people are coming from. They love the games as much as I do and see a bunch of newcomers bounce off of it. There can be several reasons for that. The later games are in full 3D, don't have a visible grid in combat which triggers a flashback to drawing graphs by hand in Algebra 2, and have some bombastic spectacle in the opening. If you are someone who struggles with older games and older graphic styles, you'll have to give it several impressions before you have a chance to get into it. Something human psychology. That applies to me too. I took several sessions before I truly got into it. The funny thing is that once you are hooked on a game, the graphics mean next to nothing. You'll be hyped up watching 2 PNGs crash into each other. From the gameplay side of things, there's a couple of common pitfalls that make Trails in the Sky, first chapter, seem ridiculously hard, but it isn't. Here's the big one. The first few enemies absolutely melted me because characters start with no shoes. With those 3 points of defense, I started taking almost 0 damage. Defense in Sky FC makes an astronomical difference. In other words, gear up when visiting a new town. The second pitfall, statuses are fucked up in this game. Accessories can make you immune to them, and it's good to have some of those sitting around in your inventory in case any enemy loves to spam any particular status. It does go both ways though, so abuse the fuck out of that because many enemies, including many bosses, are susceptible to things like Confuse, Chaos Brand, my beloved, 5 Mirage Strength has never felt so good. That's once you're into it though. If anything, once people get some early defense and don't die immediately, they complain that combat is boring, lame, and potentially low testosterone. Well, I think it has a lot of surprising nuances early on. Spellcasting isn't instant and requires planning. A lot of moves push and pull enemies, so the grid-based positioning is more intricate than at first glance, but yeah, There's not a billion moves to select from at the very start, and it's not too hard to get all the highest level spells obtainable in the first game. Just enjoy it while it lasts. Part of why I love the first Sky game is that it starts as a mostly lighthearted adventure with dark undertones that slowly shifts as those dark undertones turn into overtones the further as they go and they stumble into a government or just slap the turbo button to speed up trash battles. Yeah, that's right. They implemented a fast forward button if you find anything tedious. There's also massive rubber banding XP boost if a character is underleveled. It is super easy to get back in the game if you decided to skip a bunch of overworld encounters. Not that I'd recommend that, but it's so tempting because running away is always a guaranteed success. There is one ultimate accessibility feature that I am going to encourage everyone to use. This requires some more history, but the Trails in the Sky games were already remade once for the PlayStation Vita, with one small, insignificant difference of being almost completely voice acted in Japanese. Given how long these games are, that's a lot of voice acting. In fact, these versions have the most voice acting of all Trails games to date. NPCs that host minigames are voiced, many shopkeepers, a lot of the side characters, and 100% of all lines of part of any quest. These aren't low-profile voice talents either. They even have Takehito Koyasu. You're gonna tell me you don't know who that is, but listen to Olivier talk for a split second. You know who Takehito Koyasu is. Unfortunately, there is no complete English dub of the game. It only has a few English voice lines in combat, but if you switch the voices to Japanese, it doesn't have the Japanese voice acting on the PC port like it does for the Vita remake. It's so frustrating that we'll never get the version with voice acting in the West. So thank God the fans stepped in. By downloading a shady executable known as Sky Installer, you can add the voice acting from the Vita remakes into the PC versions. I didn't know any of this when I first played the game, but my buddy Palma told me, so I went ahead and installed it. Now, I already liked the game, but when I heard the voice acting, I went from liking the game to really liking the game. I thought the characters were incredible, but hearing that emotion behind them made everything that much better. It might not have the highest audio quality because of how it has to be injected into the game, and it's not exactly easy to adjust the volume level, but the voice talent more than makes up for all that. That's how I recommend playing the game. That's technically a mod though. There are plenty of built-in accessibility features. All the character building systems have an in-game wiki. If you want to know how to configure spells, it's just a couple clicks away. The game has a whole recipe system for healing items, and when you buy ingredients, it tells you what recipes they are used in and how much you need. Right there! You learn most of your recipes just by eating the food, and it will tell you if you already have the recipe, or if you have them in your inventory before you waste your money. The game can be saved anywhere, anytime with 1,000 save slots. That is not a hyperbole. But it still has 10 autosave slots in case you forget to manually save it. What I'm trying to say is that Trails in the Sky is not perfect, but they absolutely put effort into making it convenient. Couple this with it being on the shorter side for the series while offering a complete narrative that has an incredible hook into the sequel, I think it's a really good entry point for the series. If this is your standard for impossible to get into games, you need to play more games. Let's be honest though, what's easier? Playing the newer games that are more convenient and trying to go back, or starting from the slightly more inconvenient ones and watching them get more polished as you go on? I think Falcom has always been pretty far ahead in terms of convenience. If you die on any encounter, you don't even have to reload a save. You can just retry from the start of battle right then and there. It's still good to have a hard save in case a boss really has a number on you and you need to change something, though if you are scared of some of the fucked up encounters in the game, it automatically gets easier every reset unless you turn that setting off. I'm not going to judge you for that. The game might, but I won't. Some people can't beat Consort Radahn without summons before the nerf, but I did, so I can include this bit in the video. The Prologue, and why Estelle is Bestelle. Someone's gonna make fun of me for using that phrase while they're watching a billion-hour video about trails in the sky. I already spoiled the crazy intro cutscene, insert prologue spoiler warning here. Game intros have to do a lot of heavy lifting to establish initial context. If you've watched me before, you know that Chrono Trigger has one of my favorite video game intros. There's plenty of other examples that I will show on screen without saying any of them directly to torture anyone currently putting me on their 9th monitor. However, I do want to make some amendments to my previous opinions. I've used the show don't tell expression before. It's not as simple as you can't tell things. It is called storytelling. There are times when things will have to be told, especially at the beginning. What's more important is the follow-through. Are things as you've told them? Well, early on, Joshua says that while Estelle hates studying and rarely does her homework, acts rashly, is overly naive, and has a tendency to stick her nose into everything, her instincts are sharp, so it'll probably work. Then Estelle gets angry at that backhanded compliment. From the beginning, Estelle shows why she's beloved by 100% of all people who've played the game. By beating up an injured child. Just look at how she asserts herself. That's right, Estelle isn't like the other girls. She's into collecting bugs, which she totally has grown out of, and likes wearing the newest Jordans. Why couldn't she like cute things so Cassius had an easier time buying her gifts? Well, she does like cute things. She just doesn't like cute clothes because they get dirty and ruined easily. The way Estelle is characterized is phenomenal. They blend it into everything that happens early on without just handing me a list of traits. Wait, what did Joshua just say? That's just the protagonist of the adventure that we have to spend most of our time with, but there is more to the initial context than just her. The story begins 5 years after the intro. Estelle and Joshua are now both 16. That song is strangely familiar. They just finished up school and basic training to become bracers. What are bracers? I'm glad you asked, because Estelle has to take an exam on the topic. They exist to help the citizens of every nation on the continent of Zumuria. Since they have to operate everywhere, the bracers have a strict code to not interfere with any governments directly. This will be important, it's on the exam. We are in the Liberal Kingdom, which I will now deliberately mispronounce for the rest of the series. The Liberal Kingdom is situated on the edge of the continent between two superpowers, the Erebonian Empire and the Republic of Calvard. The Liberal Kingdom is minuscule by comparison, but manages to stay independent by being the lead innovator of orb magic-based military technology, which was first invented 50 years ago in what was called the Orbal Revolution, led by a man named Professor Epstein. And that wouldn't age poorly. 10 years ago, Erebonia invaded Liberal for 100 brutal days. But the last-minute invention of airships was a key deciding factor in Liberal defending its sovereignty. Unsurprisingly, tensions are still quite high. Airship technology has since spread throughout the entire continent, but the Liberal Kingdom ships still remain cutting edge. This is partially why the bracers have really taken off in popularity, to help with the rebuilding process and make civilian lives easier. Bracers help with everything from hunting local dangerous monsters, escorting people, preventing local crime, fetching items, and every video game quest you can possibly imagine. Which is awesome. I love it when there's a cute little world-building explanation for the video game questing system. The biggest shtick of the Bracer Guild is that they aren't free. People have to pay to use their services, so if you can't afford an escort, better save up some money, pal, until they do work for free sometimes, so it's not always consistent. Although this information is on the exam, it's not a written test. It's a practical exam, doing a mock mission for the guild. Estelle is so happy upon hearing this that she breaks down and starts thanking the goddess Adios for blessing her on this fine day. Of all the things I adore about Estelle throughout this entire journey, above everything else, she is so expressive at the most pointless things. Imagine the main character getting upset at doing a tutorial mission, except it's not framed as a meta joke because it's a chore that Estelle has to do in-universe. It makes sense in context. The mock mission is about finding a lost item for the local magic orb shop, put a pin in this, in the monster-infested sewers. When Estelle finds the 2 boxes they are meant to retrieve, she immediately tries to see what's inside. Joshua reminds Estelle that that isn't in their mission objectives. But this has nothing to do with our mission. It's what I like to call good, honest curiosity. Joshua says feel free to do that if she wants to fail. Estelle reluctantly settles on asking Sarazard what's inside once they're done with the test. Oh, it's junior bracer badges, because they are now bracers in training. That junior title doesn't stop Estelle from bragging to the local kids, who get mad and run away, but then immediately run into trouble. Ina, the guild receptionist, asks Estelle and Joshua to get their father to help, but both of them say that they can get there faster. Ina thinks about it for a second and decides to let the newbies handle it. They catch up to the kids in a dangerous tower and save the day. Then, Estelle feels the need to bully that snot-nosed kid for endangering himself and his brother, which gives way for an even stronger monster to show up. Joshua can see it coming, but he's not fast enough to react. Then, Cassius teleports behind it and one-shots it like it's nothing. Everyone's in awe at Cassius, and he plays it off like it's no big deal. Finally, on the way back home, Estelle stops for a moment and considers what she did back at the tower. She decided to ignore her surroundings and scold this child for endangering his brother. This, ironically, almost made the situation worse. How can she call herself a bracer? They're supposed to protect civilians above all else. Is she really cut out for this? Joshua immediately consoles Estelle by saying that she rushed in to save those kids immediately at first. Yes, the second part is an obvious mistake, but she's new. Sometimes you have to learn things the hard way. That's why they're junior bracers. Be glad that Cassius showed up when he did, or she would have had to pay a high price. If a little road bump like this is all it takes for her to give up, that would be the real indicator that she should quit. Besides, being depressed like this isn't the Estelle he knows. Upon hearing this, Estelle bounces back and vows to not make the same mistake twice, then goes and finds a way to make eggs explode while she attempts to cook. Within the first couple of hours, so many things have been set into motion. After we get this description of Estelle, we see it all play out. She acts rashly, she's overly naive, hates homework, but has good instincts. She's also pretty competent with a staff and not afraid to fight for what's right. When I talk about characters I like, I don't talk about looks, I talk about personality. Estelle is expressive, which matches how terrible she is at hiding her emotions. She's smug, which matches her rashness. She's so helpful that she will rush in even if she's not actually able to assist. And once she's an adult, she also has an ass worth dying for. It's great. What gives Estelle her extra edge is that she's not super simplistic. She might get annoyed at people, but it's mostly surface level. She'll do what's right unenthusiastically. When things do go wrong, though, she gets down on herself. She's a generally positive person, but she's not invincible. I like that Trails presents positivity as not the avoidance of sadness, but as its acceptance. Put an image of Inside Out here. Keep that one in mind. What would otherwise be mundane isn't, because Estelle will have a mental breakdown at the prospect of more bureaucracy. As much as Estelle is great by herself, she also elevates all the characters around her. Every interaction between Estelle and her father, Cassius, consists of almost pure banter. I think I know where she gets it from. But when Estelle isn't present, we see Cassius's demeanor get much more serious. If this is how he acts when his daughter isn't around, aww. He dotes on Estelle all the time. What a great dad, even if he can't be home all the time because of bracer work. When Estelle sees her mentor, Sarazard, it's immediately clear how close they are because of how warmly they greet each other. Sarazard was trained by Cassius Bright himself and is a well-known B-rank prodigy. I might not understand what all that means, but it sounds very impressive. She can also outdrink Cassius, which does sound like a lot until you can see how much Ina can drink. This chick's liver could probably fight God. It's all so full of life. I've heard some people say that these games are uniquely immersive, and that's off the back of all of this rich text. There are very few NPCs that feel like robots. That's probably why Estelle stays so positive despite being home alone most of the time. She has great friends and a great support structure all around her, even if it's pretty clear that her mother isn't around anymore. That's why it's a good thing that Joshua moved in. Yes, Joshua, the other half of our dual protagonists. Now, Estelle fights with a staff and is usually more outgoing and cheery, while Joshua fights with knives and is usually more calm and collected. At this point, anyone who watched my Sea of Stars video is starting to wonder if that was also a fan tribute, with the supposed personalities swapped. For every second Estelle does something idiotic, Joshua is either making a sarcastic remark or taking control of the situation. He's the straight man of the comedy duo. As much as I love saying Estelle is Bestelle, Joshua is just as important to why these games work so well. If it was just Estelle tripping over herself at the beginning without any support, it would be a lot more frustrating. If it was just Joshua constantly succeeding by himself, it'd be a lot more boring. Both of them highlight what makes the other so great. But while Estelle's the one rushing in, Joshua is the one that clearly has the skills to back it up. For now. He also knows how to tell good and bad quality weapons apart if you talk to his former employer. I wonder if this detail is going to be important later. Similar to Estelle though, he's not a one-dimensional character. He cheers Estelle up after her screw-up, but also makes it clear that he wasn't fast enough either. If he played it safer, then he would have been able to cover for her, because he's just as responsible for what happens on a mission. It's not all Estelle's fault. When Joshua and Cassius talk alone, Cassius mentions that Estelle is surprisingly happy. Joshua says that Estelle is resilient and only needed a little push. Cassius says, Estelle has the right instincts but is innocent when it comes to the world. She'll have to decide for herself if this is what she really wants, but the same can be said for Joshua. Joshua, uncharacteristically, clams up, but Cassius insists that he still considers Joshua family. Nothing will take back these 5 years they spent together. This is an important detail to interpret. Despite how things look from the outside, Joshua is keeping his adoptive family at a distance. For the next mission, Estelle and Joshua go to a family friend's farm to exterminate some monsters. They're welcomed in with home-cooked meals because they're gonna have to stay a while. The monsters only attack at night. Estelle is completely oblivious to the fact that every girl in town likes Joshua because of his cool and mysterious demeanor and amber-colored eyes. But Tio says that he's turned down every woman that has asked him out because it seems like he's into someone else. Estelle takes the hint that Joshua still isn't honest about his feelings and that he can be more open about his lady problems. Joshua wonders what the heck those two were talking about. They stake out, they beat up the monsters. Afterwards, Estelle figures they can let them go because they're not going to come back after getting their shit kicked in. Joshua insists that this was a monster extermination mission, so if they don't kill them, it's not considered complete. No capture, only kill. But the family agrees to let them go just to make sure to reinforce their walls. Joshua relents and everything is good. Back in the farmhouse, Joshua opens up a little bit more to Estelle. He doesn't see the point in sparing the monsters in the slightest. Even as he speaks, he feels no remorse for killing them. He's not like Estelle who can empathize. He wonders if he's fundamentally broken in some way. Before he can finish the thought, Estelle tells him to stop beating himself up. She knows Joshua probably better than he knows himself. Having a couple of bad thoughts isn't a cause for concern. She'll beat those negative thoughts up for him if they ever come back. This is another important early scene, because where up until now, it seems like Estelle is depending on Joshua all the time, but Joshua depends on Estelle just as much. They have their traits, but they aren't inherently good or bad. Joshua's quick decision-making bails them out if monsters become a problem. Estelle's ability to empathize allows her to get more people to open up. The big difference is that it all comes so naturally to Estelle, she doesn't even realize she's doing it. I love this. I love their dynamic together, especially in these early heart-to-hearts. At first, I thought this would be the classic overheard conversation trope that spirals into a stupid misunderstanding, but they actually talk to each other about Estelle's stupid misunderstanding. It shows that Estelle butts into Joshua's business all the time whenever he's trying to hide something, but he ultimately appreciates it. It's like triple-layered sarcasm when he says that Estelle sticks her nose where it doesn't belong. Joshua genuinely believes that's one of Estelle's greatest strengths. However, Estelle doesn't push things too far. She's always extending emotional bridges to Joshua, but she doesn't force him to cross them. And I think it's pretty clear where this is leading to, but we'll get back here much later. I was already emotionally invested in the story by this point, but there's even more to the prologue. After they save all the employees from a collapsing mine because an explosion went wrong and opened up a monster den that they couldn't actually deal with, so they just evacuated everyone, a girl from Janus Royal Academy tours the mayor's house. Estelle likes Josette because she's such a sweet girl. Maybe they can be friends. That's nice. Better go help this nicotine-addicted reporter and his extremely eccentric photographer, Dorothy. At the top, Joshua feels uneasy because there's an archaeologist here. He's studying the ruins that he believes are connected to the Septarians, ancient gifts from the heavens that humanity wielded to perform unimaginable feats. That's 1200-year-old history though, and most people believe it to just be legend. Legends that will form the foundation of the church. Whoa! Joshua feels lightheaded all of a sudden. Is he having a premonition? Maybe, because the mayor's house was just robbed by some infamous sky bandits. That's obvious after a quick gameplay investigation segment. Who could have done this? There was no one suspicious here at all from out of town. Well, Joshua doesn't think so. He thinks that so-called nice girl Josette was just casing the joint. She even saw the mayor put the stone away in the safe and more than likely put the powder on the keys to crack it later. Estelle is in disbelief, but Sarazard concurs. Criminals don't exactly walk around in broad daylight. They find a leaf that is extremely distinct at the crime scene from an adjacent loading screen. They find the Sky Bandits at their hideout, although Estelle seems more upset about the fact that Josette is bragging about deceiving her so easily than the fact that they robbed the mayor. They do win the ensuing fight, but the bandits won't talk, so Sarazard starts whipping them for answers with a big smile on her face. Remember, traveler, torture's okay as long as you don't like the people that it's happening to. But they throw a smoke bomb and fly away. There isn't too much time to be upset at themselves because the airship that Cassius was supposed to be on has gone missing. Estelle locks herself in her room as Joshua tries to get her to come down for dinner. Sarazard isn't surprised by this because Estelle and Cassius are close. Even more so after her mother died. Oh wait! Estelle's already bounced back? That's right, she was just packing. They're going to find Cassius. She knows he's okay, but she has to see it with her own eyes. Before they leave to find their father, Estelle takes Joshua up to the top of the clock tower. Joshua mentions that Estelle seems to avoid this place, so he's surprised that she brought him here, although you get special dialogue if you try to do it sooner. In the war 10 years ago, a young Estelle came up here in the middle of a bombing raid. Child Estelle thought it would be really cool to see the people that her father was fighting against. Well, the clock tower was struck. Her mother immediately grabbed her and shielded her from the rubble. Estelle was completely terrified of everything collapsing around them, so her mother kept singing her lullabies to keep her calm. When they were finally dug out, her mother was dead. That's why Estelle avoids this place. To her, the clock tower is her mother's grave. She only comes up here when it's something important. She wants to make sure that Mom watches over Dad and keeps him safe. She hasn't been exactly sure why she wanted to be a bracer so badly, but now she finally puts it together. Estelle wants to protect people the way her mother protected her, to prevent further tragedies like her own. This right here is why Estelle is Bestelle for me. After all the horrible events that happened to her from the war, she doesn't seek a path of vengeance. She seeks a path of empathy. That's who she is. This is her reason to become a hero. She doesn't have a problem with the people of Erebonia. She has a problem with war itself. That's a powerful conviction for a protagonist. It's almost easier to hate the people than to hate the powers that be. This is going to be the biggest theme of the Trails games. Trauma and the effects it has on people, both at a grand scale and on a personal one. It's not just about Estelle's journey, it's how her journey parallels so many others that she meets. Joshua, moved by Estelle's resolve, says he'll always be there for her if she needs a shoulder to cry on. An embarrassed Estelle tries to play it off, but is clearly happy deep down. Joshua better be careful what he says, she almost thought he was asking her out. Thus, they set out to find Cassius and also get their recommendations to become full-fledged bracers. That's how you do a great prologue to a story. So I'm going to interrupt this greatness with some combat. Let me activate tutorial mode. Battles take place on a grid. Characters get a chance to act on their turn. They can use a basic attack, move, cast an art, or use a craft. Get it? Arts and crafts. I played 10 of these games before I realized the obvious wordplay. When trying the basic attack, the character will automatically walk the shortest distance to get to their target. If they are out of range, they will walk as close as possible to the enemy instead. Different characters use different weapons, so they have different effective ranges. Characters with range automatically attack from as far back as possible because some enemies like to explode when they die. You cannot reposition and attack in the same turn unless it's Trails Through Daybreak. What's important to all of this is that every action has different amounts of delay. Looking at the turn order on the left side, something like move has a lot less delay than attacking. Because of how delay changes turn order, it's not like everyone gets a turn equally. But thankfully, when hovering over actions, it clearly displays when that character's next turn is going to be, until enemies take their turn and mix it all up. Which is more important for arts, but we're going to talk about crafts first. Every time a character deals damage or takes damage, they build up craft points. These points are not restored when resting, but do carry over between battles. So if you want to prep for a boss fight, you'll have to grind up on mobs. If a character faints, they lose all of their craft points. Crafts are immediate skills that are unique to each character and are earned by leveling up. Their effects vary from doing high damage, inflicting statuses, potentially insta-killing, buffing, debuffing, and even healing. It can be a lot in total, but each character only has a few. At 100 craft points, characters will gain access to Legally Distinct Limit Break, which is their super move. Using one of these will spend all craft points even though it only requires 100 minimum. But S-crafts do even more if the maximum of 200 points are spent. Using an S-craft at 199 points would be the worst case scenario. Why would you want to use them even at weird point values? I'm glad you asked, because unlike everything else in the game, S-breaks can be used outside of turn order, which might have just caused some people to start thinking about Honkai Star Rail, who did not sponsor this video. David Jiang, the lead producer of that game, is a massive Kiseki fan. Honkai Star Rail is like a watered-down version of the combat engine in Cold Steel 3-4 and Reverie, but that's not the point of this video. S-crafts can be used to kill an enemy before they're about to wreck your shit, or full heal your party reactively with Chloe. The only downside to S-crafts is that they come with a hefty chunk of delay, so it'll be a hot minute before that character can act again. There's no real-time action commands in battle, but S-breaks are about the closest thing to a reflex check when things are going poorly. So to conclude this disjointed segment, crafts are instant and depend on the character. Unlike arts. Arts are determined by building out a character's orbiment, which I will talk about in a bit. Arts require EP to cast, which is restored primarily by resting, or by items that are more limited and expensive, so it's this game's version of MP. Arts do not have effective ranges like crafts, they can target anything, anywhere, but it takes time to cast it. So when hovering over different arts, that second turn is when the character will actually cast them. Because arts take more time to use than crafts, they tend to do more damage because it's as if using 2 turns to use one move. For enemies with high defense, arts can help get past that. Like everything else, different arts have different amounts of delay. Thankfully, the game isn't a complete jerk. Most healing arts are extremely fast and are likely to be used the very next turn. There are 7 different elemental types, but the primary 4 are water, earth, fire, and wind. When targeting an enemy, it will clearly display what they are weak or strong against. Bigger number means bigger damage. I'm only talking about Sky FC right now, so the primary 4 elements are the types of most offensive arts in the game, with time being the outlier. Enemies are not weak or strong against time arts. The higher elements are like neutral damage types in Sky FC and SC. Sky FC specifically does not have any offensive arts associated with the other 2 high elements, Space and Mirage. Instead, they are used in combination with the other elements to get access to further arts, but that's for character building, so let's continue to wait. What is important is that different arts have slightly different properties. For example, Firebolt EX is an AoE, but targets a specific enemy. This is both good and bad. Because it targets a specific enemy, the circle will always originate from them, meaning that even if the shape is big enough, it might not be able to hit multiple targets because it can't be aimed freely. But it will follow the targeted enemy's movements so they can never avoid it. Compare this to the wind skill Aerial, where it targets the ground so it can be easier to line up multiple targets, but they can walk out of it. Both types of AoE targeting skills are surprisingly useful, except for line attacks, which are dogshit pretty much all of the time. They would end up making those spells about 8 times wider in the later games, and they still aren't that great. Using AoE arts effectively will require taking into account delay and attempting to bait enemies into them. In addition, arts do not have a chance to miss, unlike crafts and basic attacks. Gotta meld that accuracy. That's pretty much all the general rules for spellcasting, except for interrupting them. Some crafts will say impede in their description. This means that they knock enemies out of their cast, assuming that it hits. Impede is something that can also be slotted into a character's build that gives their basic attacks and offensive crafts a chance to impede arts as well. Most enemies can't impede your characters, except for the tougher ones. It creates even more variables to account for when considering delay, and can also be used to manipulate certain enemies into using an impede skill, which tends to do less damage than their other offensive attacks. The interesting thing about this is that lower level arts can still be useful late game because they typically cast much faster. Sometimes a quick last hit is the difference between life and death, but that's why healing items are instant. No need to worry about spell delay for that, although you do have to worry about characters being next to each other. Using items also comes with significantly less delay, meaning that scarfing down a bunch of painkillers to heal up is still a valid strategy. I know this is kind of a lot, but there is one more piece to combat. There are different bonuses that will pop up in the turn order. These can range from healing for 10% of that character's HP, or boosting strength by 10%, or there's actually quite a bit more. If a character starts their turn with the buff next to their icon, they get that bonus. This also applies to enemies. This is when turn order goes from complex but manageable to fucking terrifying.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
It's a crusty system on occasion, but at least it's easy to see the bonuses far into the future. Without mentioning that the first set of turns are guaranteed to give the enemies a chance to fight back unless walking into the back of them on the overworld to get a set of advantage turns, but the enemies can do the same to you, and the party members walking behind you in a line can also get backed attack to give the enemy an advantage set of turns. Let's talk about character building. Orb Mint technology is magic, but also not magic. Ah, fuck. I'm doing it again. Orb Mints allow the user to slot magical quartz into them to use arts and affect their stats, but they are tailor-made to each individual's ability. What this means in gameplay is each character's Orbament is slightly different. For example, Joshua's starting slot has to be a time quartz, where Estelle's can be any. The different elements have a few different stats associated with them. Water quartz are for HP and arts increasing quartz. Time are for speed and spell haste increasing quartz. Fire quartz are for attack boosting quartz, and you probably get the picture. In addition to characters having slightly different stat growths, their fixed orb slots will also make them more distinct from each other. Joshua will naturally be faster because he has to have 2 time quartz slotted. Estelle, on the other hand, is one of the more customizable characters because she has no slot restrictions. The other rule for Orb Mint building is that you can't double up on the same type of quartz. You cannot have HP 1 and HP 2 slotted at the same time. You only get 1 HP boosting quartz. The common mistake to make is that quartz that grant a chance to inflict status are all considered the same type. You cannot have a chance to inflict freeze and inflict poison. You can only have one or the other. Some quartz increase stats by a flat amount or by a percentage, but that's just math, so just know number go up. The only quartz that's a little wacky in Sky FC is the attack boosting quartz also reduces defense. This can be counteracted with the defense boosting quartz or by just not getting hit, although evasion is a bit risky because it's never a guarantee. This is all about stats, but these also determine arts. Take a look at Estelle's quartz slotted into her Orb Mint. Notice how there are 2 different color backgrounds behind them. The ones with the same color background are all in the same line. All quartz have an amount of elemental strength associated with them, which is listed right here. The amount of elemental strength of every quartz in the same line is added up to determine what arts a character can use. This is where the in-game wiki comes in handy, because it lists all the elemental strength breakpoints to use all arts available in the game. Higher ranking quartz don't just give more stats, they also have higher elemental strengths, which makes it easier to gain access to higher level arts. In addition to that, not all lines are created equal. For example, Estelle and Joshua both have 2 lines, but Joshua has 5 quartz on the same line and 2 on the other, where Estelle has 4 on one line and 3 on the other. All characters can only slot 6 quartz in total, and now it sounds like my math is off, but that's because one of these slots is shared between all lines. It also corresponds to the actual artwork of their orbment, which is adorable. The characters that are best at spellcasting just have a single line, so all slotted quartz contribute to their arts list. The downside of this system is that most low-level spells are just the exact same configuration as their higher-level ones, but of a lesser strength. This means that characters with high-level arts have skill lists that are ludicrous in length, especially in the later games. Menu scrolling can be a bit of a pain point if you play on controller, but just remember that pressing left and right scroll by a full page to make it slightly better. This was something I didn't quite understand at first, so I'll try to help anyone else who also didn't realize this. Not all quartz only have elemental strength purely associated with their primary type. The easiest example of this is EP Cut, which has elemental strength for space, time, and mirage. The same can be said for just the EP quartz. What this means is that Action 1 plus Cast 1 plus EP Cut 1 plus EP 1 can give access to something like Hellgate pretty early, and that art is spammable for the early game, and the better version, White Gehenna, is spammable for the rest of the Sky games. A lot of the combo arts want an amount of space and mirage, so EP Cut and the EP Quartz are super easy to slap into most lines and gain access to a lot of the more interesting arts. By that I mean stuff like the AoE heal arts. I also mentioned this one before, but 5 Mirage Strength gives access to Chaos Brand. Some of the most annoying battles with multiple humanoid enemies are susceptible to confusion. But I am repeating myself with that one. The other completely busted art in Sky FC is Earth Wall. It is stupid cheap and gives a full turn of immunity to everyone in range. It doesn't last for one turn, it persists until they get hit once. Max Guard nullifies everything in the series except for one move the final boss uses. This art and effect got way more expensive in the later games, and it's still super strong. I don't want to flood everyone with too much information at the start, and the game also doesn't lay this on all at once. Characters don't start with all slots unlocked. Instead, it takes an amount of Sepith to unlock more slots. What is Sepith? I'm glad you asked. Defeated enemies drop Sepith, which is tiny amounts of the stuff that make up quartz. They drop this instead of currency, but it can be exchanged for Mira at any shop, which prices vary depending on the region. That's it. In practice, it's almost like having 7 different currencies, but it's just earned by doing battles. If Mira from questing ever dries up, it would only be necessary to sell some of the Sepith you have an extreme excess of. Just keep in mind that Sepith can be exchanged for Mira, but Mira cannot be exchanged for Sepith. Opening new slots requires an amount of all Sepith types. The further up a single line, the more expensive the slot, but in turn, the more max EP unlocking that slot adds. This means that characters with more lines are less expensive to unlock all of their slots, but in turn also have lower EP totals. Sepith can also be exchanged for basic quartz at any orbment shop. These won't all be available from the start of the game, and many early quests reward higher level quartz than can be bought at the time. Just pay attention to how much elemental strength each quartz has when slotting them, then cross-reference that information with the arts list to see if you're getting close to getting something good. It's probably a little hard to tell how I feel underneath all the tutorial, but this character building system rocks. It's my favorite kind of character builder. None of these systems are super hard to understand by themselves, but putting them all together leads to fun decision making at different points in the games. Do I save up to buy a high level quartz wholesale, or do I want more slots? Should I sell off some Sepith to get a little extra cash, or should I just do some more quests? It is a video game, but I like how it feels like I'm making meaningful choices even though the answer is obvious. Selling off 100% of my Mirage Sepith. It also means the game has 2 progression systems, one through level up to get better crafts, and one through story progress to get better arts. It's also fun that it ties directly into the world building. The orbments are tailored to each individual user, so they're slightly different. The monsters drop Sepith and are attracted to quartz, so it's implied that there might be something going on there. Different regions have different demands for Sepith, so their prices vary. It's all fun and it makes the world feel a lot more interconnected. It's important to take the time to understand these systems because even on low difficulties, it will expect the player to at least vaguely know what they are doing. It is possible that changing up a character's quartz layout will be necessary if their current build isn't cutting it. Or perhaps some areas have enemies that are only weak to one particular element. The only complaint that I have is there is no damage coefficient associated with any of the offensive skills in the game. Not even a vague, light, or heavy damage. It's all guesswork to see what does the most or just look it up online. Most standard overworld battles are pretty straightforward, but there's always a chance that everything goes to shit with some bad luck. Why do these basic enemies have insta-kill chance on their regular attacks? Because it's Trails. When Trails wants to go hard, it goes hard as a motherfucker. It can be an absolute nail-biter that results in a narrow but satisfying victory, but it can also be incredibly frustrating. And that's okay. Sometimes you need something awful to happen to make the better moments shine brighter. Alright, now is the real spoiler warning. If I haven't sold the game to you yet at this point, or you just want to watch anyway, I do want to make the spoiler warning official. I will be covering all the major plot points, but not every little detail. I've flip-flopped a lot on formatting. This is more like a long book report than a pure video essay. I do think it's a little insane that the first game is $20 full price and the next 2 in the trilogy are $30 a pop. So I get it. It's a lot to ask for a 20-year-old game that was 8 years out of date on release. If anyone at Falcom or whoever the appropriate party is watches this video, I think bundling the first 3 games together for $30 full price is probably when most people cautiously interested will bite, even though I think they are absolutely worth the money. Also, get these old versions ported over to Switch, or the Vita versions with the Japanese voice acting ignoring a very specific situation with Sky 3rd. I know the remakes are on the way, but it's just money on the table at this point, which is what I can say for a lot of the stupid-ass decisions that Falcom has made in America. Chapter 1. A Sense of Place. Usually when I discuss world building, I say that it has to affect the characters or the plot in some way for me to engage with it. A setting by itself does not interest me. That's not true 100% of the time. There are concepts out there that can get me into a giant frenzy trying to piece it all together that ends up devouring all my creative juices as my imagination adds in its own ideas. I would say this is because my beliefs are complex and ever-changing, but it's actually because I'm a massive hypocrite. I like the world building of Trails in general, regardless of how well it's integrated. Sometimes they do an amazing job of it being presented organically, other times it hands you a list of things to read. A good organic example I already mentioned is quartz and arts and orbments, all being part of the character building system and how it's naturally part of the game's world. It's kind of like how unlocking magic in Chrono Trigger requires walking around the room 3 times. None of these things automatically make the world building good, but it shows a commitment to integrating ideas into the world itself. Then they just explained that there was a war 10 years ago, which is a lot less effective than hearing it directly from Estelle's perspective. But as this thesis is not all about world building is just one piece of the big picture. Trails is very committed to a sense of place. It's a little hard to describe this feeling in words for me, but it's not something that can be achieved by flavor text alone. It requires full commitment from every system of the game working together. The tricky part of this discussion is that every game has a sense of place, regardless of how hard they commit. Part of why I like Buckshot Roulette is how it establishes its setting compared to all the knockoffs. Games like Undertale and Deltarune are also very committed to this idea, and they take a lot of inspiration from the Mother series, which also goes above and beyond in this department. Trails doesn't go that crazy, but it does do a lot of the little things right. A shopkeeper complaining about their day-to-day work, a kid running around for fun, seeing other bracers in and out of the field, all of this builds to Trails feeling more than just like a video game. These pieces don't feel like they're part of a computer program, they feel like they're part of a living world. I remember an interview with Hayao Miyazaki where he talks about the little mannerisms they incorporate into their animation, like Chihiro in Spirited Away kicking her shoes into place. These are typically tiny things that people don't process directly, but subconsciously, they feel like the characters are more genuine. I know I'm reaching a bit with this, but there is a similar parallel in video games. Trails obviously doesn't have an infinite animation budget, but this concept still applies. It does a lot of little things constantly to make everything feel more genuine. When departing for Bose, there's an in-between quest to take some ingredients from Roland's church to the one in Bose. There is a quest from the church in the prologue where it is revealed that the church makes all the medicinal healing items that we've likely already used. There are various herbs that go into it that can be hard to get, so bracers usually help with the retrieval. All of this makes perfect sense in context. It's all elements that are part of the world that we've already established. But with this quest, we find out that the priest from their hometown is one of the world-renowned innovators of church medicine. He just doesn't talk about it. Obviously, Estelle is surprised that the man who lectures her all the time for her carefree attitude is actually a genius herbalist, but that's only because she's a consistent character. This is how medicine is described to us for most of the adventure. But skipping ahead a bit, we do see a church member actually make some medicine, which is a magical process. This right here is what lights up my higher functioning brain. We got orbs. Orbs are researched and produced by scientific institutions that innovate upon them. So it's not magic, it's magical science. But the church also has their own form of spellcasting in a traditional sense, researching ancient tomes and through spirituality. Both forms of magic coexist. Both are respected for different reasons. The church usually specializes in healing magics, but I wonder if there's a little bit more to it than that. Upon arriving in Bose proper, the city is obviously a commercial hub. Everything is in chaos because all the airships are grounded after the recent disappearance. That's consistent, the army needs to investigate. Makes me wonder how they did commerce before airships. Oh, there are ground vehicles to transport goods as well, but they need to be escorted because of all the monsters on the roads. See how all of this context remains consistent with the gameplay? We've seen the roads between cities. It is dangerous. This means that air travel isn't just faster, it's also much safer. A big green flag for world building is if questions that are likely to come up get answered by the story. It shows that the writers are curious about their own setting and adding new ideas that try to fit within it. Once they get checked in, Estelle asks about the hijacking. Well, the Bracer Guild has no info because the army is keeping everything tight-lipped. Strange. Estelle thought the army and bracers both exist to help the people, so shouldn't they get along? Publicly they do, but there are a number of disputes on how they handle things. Plus, General Morgan's on this case, which according to Sarazard means they're fucked. They do have one boon. The mayor has requested the bracers to get information from the army on her behalf. This clearly implies the army isn't talking to her either. It's a bit of a journey around town to find her as she's busy chastising the local merchants for price gouging food. It's a necessity, and doing so is going to ruin their reputation for short-term profits, which will hurt the market as a whole. Say, Maybelle, are you seeing anyone right now? They go to the local expensive high-end restaurant and she begins venting about her troubles. She might be young, but this is her region and her people. She wants to know what's going on and how she can help. Both parties are frustrated that they can't do anything despite having a personal stake in the matter. But Maybelle gets an idea. The army won't talk to civilians or bracers, but they might talk to the mayor's envoys. This letter of recommendation will work as long as they conveniently don't mention that they are bracers to General Morgan. See? We aren't lying. We just aren't telling the truth. Like I said before, Estelle naturally wins people over by being genuine, and now Joshua gets to shine with his smooth talking. Time to wait for bureaucracy at the border wall.
仕事半分、道楽半分さ。
If we just act normal, maybe he'll ignore us.
思わず抱きしめてキスしたくなってしまうよ。
Estelle just says, "What are you, gay?" And Olivier says, "Love is boundless." Got it, he's bisexual. He also apparently thinks he can casually tag along and nobody would notice. What a dubious man trying to get into liberal from Arabonia. After finally gaining an audience with General Morgan and handing over the letter of introduction, he makes an exception to divulge some confidential information. Not just because Maybelle's the mayor, but because he's known her since she was a kid. At this point, it's clear that the Lind did not crash land or malfunction, because if it did, the initial search efforts would have uncovered something. The likelihood of a hijacking is quite high, but maybe Estelle shouldn't have that revelation in front of the guy that thinks they are civilians. Hopefully it's not the Empire's doing, because if the public found out, it might lead to another war. That's why they haven't said anything publicly. Thankfully, it's not that. As fate would have it, they received a ransom early this morning from some sky bandits claiming responsibility. It's not an international crisis. It's only a domestic hostage crisis. Estelle becomes so furious upon thinking about the sky bandits that have now screwed her over twice that she blows their cover. And this is why Morgan hates bracers. They always try to finagle information out of the army. Oh shit, Sarazar just snapped. The army knew about the bandits this whole time and they still couldn't solve the case. How could he blame the bracers, who he keeps blocking? This isn't going well. Everyone cringes so hard, they decide to just move on with their day. Except Estelle. I'm right there with her. Fuck that guy. Write that one down. Estelle does not tolerate injustice and or abuse of power, no matter who it is. Well, they're back at square one and Olivier tries to shoot his shot with Sarazard. Maybe he likes dangerous, pissed off women. Olivier's another Trails character I like right off the bat. I can never tell if he's actually super smart and has it all planned out 40 steps ahead, or if he's a complete idiot that simply gets lucky. This dude is in most of the games after this, and after playing all of them, I can confidently say, I have no idea. But I was using this segment to talk about a sense of place, not about characters. It's cool that the army itself doesn't have much of an issue with working with the bracers. In fact, if you do one of the early side quests, Estelle helps some soldiers with their training by doing a mock battle. The higher up that hired them for that obviously thinks that the bracers are good at what they do. It's just an issue with Morgan. Going back to my green flag, I wondered how the bracers and army interacted in this world, and oh hey, that's already happening in the plot. It can seem obvious to say this in retrospect, but that's just how natural it feels. It shows that these are two institutions with very similar values, but very different structures. Morgan's anger shows that the army has hard rules, while the bracers can seemingly do whatever they want. This is further supported by the crew's approach to the situation, being okay with stretching the truth, even if Estelle sucks at it. It's likely that this wouldn't be their first instinct, but the fact the bracers are allowed to do so in the first place is the issue. On top of this, Morgan blocking them shows who wields the real authority around here. All of this is being conveyed through the emotional interactions between the characters. Maybelle's frustration, Estelle's frustration, Morgan's frustration, Sarazard's frustration, and Olivier's loot. Now they have no leads. Estelle figures blindly searching isn't going to get them very far, because if that would have worked, the army would have already found them. I know Joshua and Sarazard are shocked that Estelle put that together so quickly, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Estelle's actually pretty talented at a lot of this stuff, she just doesn't always show it. If only that reporter that they met earlier was around to exchange information. Before we do that, let me check out the other tower real quick with a mysterious voice talking at the top. Oh, it's the professor again, who is apparently talking to himself. Well, it's a good thing we showed up to defend him, but he's not quite done yet. Oh, is that so? Guess he can find his way back himself then. Sarazard, is this proper bracer etiquette? Well, that's an interesting hidden quest. Anyways, why did I include that? Oh god, he's wasted! Well, he's in luck. They did get some confidential information that Niall might actually want. You know what they say, something about back-scratching each other. With some clandestine information sharing in broad daylight in a public space, Niall gives them a lead about a child in a nearby village who saw a big shadow at night. The army already followed up, but didn't find anything. Joshua and Estelle think it over, and figure that it's still worth checking out. The most likely place they will find something is where the army hasn't already looked. It's a good thing I was here before for a different side quest to help with the monster. Side note, the track that plays in a lot of the small towns is called A Cat Relaxing in the Sun, and is one of my absolute favorites from the series as a whole. Though on the way, they encounter an angry red-haired dude who looks like he might be a bracer. He refuses to believe that Estelle is Cassius's daughter. But he also makes sure to thank only Sarazard for taking care of that monster earlier because the newbies are clearly useless. What a good first impression. This peaceful little village used to be a mining town, but it's mostly just farming these days. Talking to the elder, he's more concerned about that Agato feller we just walked past than the current crisis. Then he escorts them to the kid who saw something. The snot-nosed brat doesn't believe that Estelle is a bracer because she's a woman. But what does he think after this? I think that's pretty convincing. He normally likes to look at the stars at night, but ended up seeing two shadows. A big shadow being followed by a little one? Sounds exactly like an airship hijacking to me. The kid is surprised that Estelle takes him seriously. The army chalked all this up to him dreaming. Estelle says they aren't like those stupid soldiers. They'll prove that he wasn't lying about what he saw. This further highlights how the bracers operate and how Estelle's perspective is different. She actually listens to the kid, especially after dealing with someone who didn't listen to what she had to say. Going further up north, there isn't anything to be found except for the old mine. It's not like an airship can be inside there, unless there's a breeze going through it, so there's definitely an opening on the other side. We don't break locks around here, though. That would be unethical. They have to go back to the mayor to get a key, but he's currently paying his respects in the graveyard. It's a memorial to all the people they lost in the war 10 years ago. The village is close to the border, so they were hit pretty hard. The crew decides to pay their respects as well. Here rest the souls of 6 righteous people who lost their lives in the flames of war. Leif, Abel, Nicole, Wilhelm, Irina, and Misha. May you all find rest with the goddess. Going through the mine, call me crazy, but I think that's the airship and our sky bandits. Never fear, the League of Extraordinary Bracers is here. The bandits mention offhandedly that they shouldn't be here yet, but there's no time to think. Time to beat them up again and lose to another smoke bomb.
Red phosphorus, Jack!
That's a bit of a problem, but there's a ship here to investigate. There's no people and everything has been looted. They must have ditched it here because their real hideout is somewhere weird. Oh shit, the army is here! General Morgan thought there was a loose end with that kid's story and wanted to do a second follow-up. I can't believe an RPG decided that the army is competent for once. Morgan and Estelle both had the same idea. The army is only slow because of bureaucracy. Morgan is too bigoted against bracers, so he accuses them of conspiring with the bandits and puts them all in jail. This is depressing. I wish someone would brighten up the mood. Why is he in jail? He worked at the fancy restaurant nearby and drank the most expensive wine when nobody was looking. Incredible. This would be an impossible situation, but Maybelle's here to bail them out. Not literally, although she could have afforded to post bail. How did she convince General Morgan? Well, she told him that Estelle and Joshua are Cassius's kids. He used to work closely with Cassius back in the army, but especially during the war. He owes it to him to not imprison his children for no good reason, but he still hates that Cassius left the army after the war to become a bracer. Also, Olivier gets out too because that expensive wine was actually Maybelle's and she can exonerate him. Yeah, it's good to have friends in high places. This is another great thing about Trails. The use of recurring characters throughout the game. Meeting Niall and Dorothy in the prologue leads to Estelle getting another hint in Chapter 1. I wonder if they're gonna come up again. Characters will come back multiple times to further help Estelle instead of it being someone different every single time. Even though it's a linear story without decisions, this makes it feel like the past actions mattered. It once again helps contribute to that sense of place. It also gives more opportunities to get attached to the characters. Olivier might not have been a huge help, but it is fun to see him continue to provide comic relief. They are also let out because the Sky Bandits robbed some shops in Bose while they were in jail. It would be kind of hard to be helping the bandits while they are in prison. Not like that makes them innocent, but it certainly doesn't make them guilty. I know how laws are supposed to work. Also, Olivier is now working together with the crew for reasons that I'm not covering. Investigating goes about as well as anyone would expect, with the army still getting in the way. Based on presentation, I think the big boys are here. The Intelligence Division and Colonel Richard. Niall mentioned that he's the new big shot in the army. Colonel Richard doesn't like the army butting heads with the bracers constantly. He insists that they should work together to help bring this case to a close. His order supersedes General Morgan's, so I don't understand how their military ranks work. So finally, the crew can talk to this lady about her loser husband, and talk to the Orbital shop owner who's acting real shifty. Through a series of plot conveniences, the old lady's husband likes to fish at the big lake, but saw a couple of people talking about meeting up again who sound a lot like Josette and her brother. Yep, I know it's hard to believe, but not everything is super well planned out in this game. Every now and again, they just throw things in out of nowhere to move the plot forward. I'm not saying this is secretly a good thing, but a couple contrivances here and there isn't going to ruin the whole experience. It isn't completely pointless. It still shows that Estelle is willing to listen to seemingly insignificant information to try and find a solution where the army wouldn't. It does have a purpose, like this vacation arc at the lakefront. You might think that Estelle fishing is stupid, but this actually cleverly foreshadows the fishing minigame in Sky SC. I like seeing that the characters have different hobbies. Joshua enjoys reading a book in his free time about the war, and Shara and Olivier get into a drinking competition. Can I just say, it's absolutely adorable that Estelle wants to show Joshua the cool fish that she caught. But Joshua isn't around. He just got tired after reading his book and wanted to take a walk. Yeah, what a liar. Estelle can see right through him. For such a smart guy, he really doesn't know what's important in life. It's not fair that Joshua only cheers her up all the time. Estelle might not be as dependable as him, but she has a shoulder that he can lean on as well. Now play that harmonica, because that's always what he does when he's brooding. Every time Estelle hears that song, it makes her want to cry. Joshua has to ask, why did Estelle take in a kid like him when they first met? Because it was the obvious thing to do. Besides, they're family now. Like it or not, she knows him pretty well by now. Joshua is kind and fair, but likes to use his politeness as a shield, so he's kind of a loner. Estelle might not know about Joshua's past, but she doesn't know that much about her own father's either. She does, however, know her dad's habits and what he likes. Joshua's no different. Joshua sighs, saying it's impossible to argue with Estelle, just like when she kicked him when they first met. Anyway, Estelle can keep the book and I can power read through that. Olivier is dying from alcohol poisoning, and it looks like his body might even be preserved afterwards. Well, it was actually all part of the plan. They can't bring a random civilian into their mission, let alone one from Erebonia, so him being passed out means they can leave him behind. The bandits arrive right on time, and I guess Josette has some second thoughts about the whole criminal life thing. But their mysterious contact shows up. Joshua seems very interested in that guy for some reason. With the leaders currently occupied, it's probably easy to sneak up on wherever they park the airship. Estelle thinks they can take them, but Olivier thinks that's a bad idea. Wait. How is he alive? He dutifully puked his guts up and dumped a bucket of cold water over his head and was good to go. What a champ. He proposes that they sneak in and they'll casually ride straight into the bandits' base, which works very well. Time to rescue some hostages, except, where's Cassius? He got off the airship before it was hijacked, but it wasn't reported because the paperwork is still here, on the airship, which was hijacked. So he was never actually in any danger. He's somewhere else entirely. That's kind of a letdown. There definitely isn't a bigger problem at the moment. The hostages are going to have to wait here while they see how the bandits act while they're off duty. Surprisingly normal, honestly, except for their leader, the Don. Actually, his name is just Don, who is happy that they're getting paid out by the Queen but has no intentions of returning the hostages. They're just going to kill them and move on after getting the money. They know their faces, so they can't be left alone anyway. Josette had some second thoughts earlier, but now even Kyle's really unsure what the heck is going on. And now I'm gonna have to bring up tone. Yeah, this game is pretty dark. I sometimes hear myself call the first Sky game a lighthearted adventure, but I only think that's because Estelle isn't an edgelord. Sarazard started torturing people for information, and the hostage situation isn't exactly sunshine and rainbows. The criminal mastermind doesn't give a shit, murder's totally on the table. In fact, it's preferable than dealing with the actual hostage exchange. I'm not mad at anyone for having this opinion. The game is pretty calm for most of its runtime. I mean, we were just shooting the breeze on the lake earlier, but the game can't start with Joshua being severely injured and wanting to die and just be a cute little adventure. Trails is still a very hopeful series at its core, but it's not sanitized. Horrible things do still happen. Also, the murderous man is now jumping around with a cannon. After throwing him into a wall, his personality completely changes along with his eye color. He claims not to know where he is and what he's been doing. They make another escape attempt with a smoke bomb because the crew still hasn't learned their lesson, and they have to battle a bunch of people again to give chase. This is the most difficult part in the game in terms of being starved for resources. There are no rest stops on the way down and back. Good thing I stocked up beforehand. Holy moly, the army is here and already cut off their escape route. They were only slightly behind yet again, but this time, Richard is the man in charge. He doesn't arrest our heroes for getting ahead of the army, unlike Morgan. He's just glad they were able to stop the bandits. Thanks to the bracers, they also managed to save the hostages. He's even nice enough to bring Niall and Dorothy along to get a big scoop. What a great guy. With that major incident solved, Estelle and Joshua get a win under their belts. Third time trying to take down the bandits is the charm, or something. When it calms down a bit, there's a piece of mail that was on the airship that was supposed to go to Roland, but is addressed to Joshua and Estelle. It's from Cassius. He did send them a letter that he needed to go to Erebonia for a bit. It's just that the letter was stuck on the ship. There's also a mysterious package that he was entrusted with, which is supposed to get to Professor R, and is from K. Why are they using code names? Why not? Olivier takes one look at the object and concludes that it is not a regular orbment and is very likely an artifact. What's an artifact? I'm glad you asked. They are ancient relics that are from lost civilizations 1200 years ago, like we heard the professor talk about. Wait a minute. That means that orbs aren't magic? It's highly advanced science that only seems like magic because they don't fully understand it? Oh, hell yes, this is my favorite kind of magic system. Okay, Trails' peak. Olivier and Sarazard go back to Roland together because Olivier wants to see the country and Sarazard wants to show him around her whip. On the ride back, Olivier talks to someone with wireless communication, and I've only seen landlines at this point in the story. Who the hell is this guy? That's right, Sarazard's real reason for dragging him along is to get him away from Estelle and Joshua. She's been suspicious of Olivier this entire time. Not only is he always seemingly in the right place at the right time, the fact that he has an artifact to communicate confirms he's not an average citizen. Oh, that's how he knows so much about artifacts. He actually has one. Sarazard isn't called a prodigy for no reason. The setup for who Olivier is so simple in retrospect that I feel dumb for missing it. But I'm not going to say what it is right now. Olivier might be shifty, but he swears he's not an adversary. Right. Everything that I cover in this chapter is demonstrating that commitment to world building in a sense of place. Everything from orbments to artifacts to Olivier to General Morgan. It's all so neatly wrapped together and almost completely consistent. What's crazy is that this is not something unique to Chapter 1. This consistency is consistent for the entire franchise. Chapter 2. There is no subtitle. It's just Estelle and Joshua and the overwhelming weight of success. I'm sure it won't go right to Estelle's head. They continue their journey on foot. Why? I'm glad you asked. Sarazard pointed out that Cassius made her walk around everywhere at first when training to become a bracer. There are remote villages that don't get air traffic, so it's important to check up on them. Not just for good PR, but also because there are things that they might miss. Can't argue with that. Crossing the border would be easy, but it's almost nightfall. The local army outpost is more than happy to accommodate them. Ever since air travel was invented, there haven't been many travelers visiting the checkpoints. It's nice to see some fresh faces. It would seem like they are the only ones here, except Agato is also traveling on foot. just so he can deflate Estelle's ego for solving the incident and wanting to become a senior bracer. He's a bit of a jerk about it, but he does bring up a good point. Would they have succeeded without Cerazard there? Get too caught up in the moment and forget how inexperienced they are, and it'll come back to bite them one day. Estelle doesn't like Agato getting all high and mighty. What is he doing at this hour that's so important? Doing work that her father left for him. That's right, it's all been connected. Nothing's ever that simple. Joshua seems to trust Agato despite the rough exterior, so it's time for a peaceful sleep. Figures that something would happen. Agato wants Estelle and Joshua to hang back as he takes down all the monsters by himself with his big sword that he's really cool with. And why are these berserk panels appearing on screen? But Estelle isn't having any of that. A quick battle later, and Agato is actually impressed that Estelle and Joshua can handle themselves. Guess the heavy blade isn't as simple as he seems. He respects strength. But there is another inference that can be made here with this information. Agato knows a lot of junior bracers and lays off after seeing Estelle and Joshua in action. I'm starting to think they might be better than the typical junior. We also just had a coordinated monster attack, which is not something they normally do. I wonder if this means something. But too bad, it's time to talk about gameplay systems again. Completing quests rewards money in BP. What's BP? I'm glad you asked. It's called Bracer Points because in-universe, we can quantify how good a bracer is on a numeric scale. Getting promoted up the ranks gives various rewards, and the later ones are pretty good. A Grail Locket is an accessory that gives immunity to all fucked up statuses in this game. Too bad it doesn't also stop insta-kills. It's more than just doing the quests though. It's doing them well. Early in the game, there's a quest to fix a street light, but to replace the bulb, Estelle has to memorize a code. While replacing it, some monsters attack, and you could let Joshua do the replacement, or you can make Estelle do it and actually remember the code. This gives more BP than just completing the quest normally. Yeah, it's all pretty basic, but there is a reward system for taking the game seriously. Where I like it more is that it also gives bonuses in the main story. Doing the investigation segments correctly also gives bonus BP. It's a role-playing game where there's gameplay systems that encourages roleplay. Instead of useless dialogue options with no effects, they're only mostly useless. I should say as an aside, RPG as a genre definition usually just refers to games with character building systems. It actually has little to nothing to do with role-playing. Reactive dialogue and gameplay elements like this are actually part of immersive sims, which is also a genre term that doesn't necessarily mean immersive simulation. Getting bonus BP isn't always just a simple dialogue option. Paying attention to some of the smaller details, like saving a dude who's calling for help, also rewards more BP. This ties back into the questing system and back into the world. Not every quest is on the board because, well, yeah, sometimes a dude is trapped and can't exactly put a post up for help. Estelle and Joshua are encouraged to walk around on foot because good bracers need to pay attention to these little details. As I said, it's very committed to this sense of place. After the raid on the Sky Bandit hideout, it's possible to find a suspicious black notebook in a stolen vacuum cleaner. If you were observant, you would know that the Orbital shop owner was acting shifty and was concerned about the vacuum in particular being stolen. It takes a bit of extra effort to find him after the incident. He's being interrogated for potential money laundering, and you can hand over the notebook as evidence. Why you couldn't just turn it into the guild upon finding something suspicious is beyond me, but it is a video game. This is another concept that's a little hard to talk about for these big narrative-driven games. The story is entertaining by itself, but it goes out of its way to tie the gameplay back into the narrative. Don't say ludonarrative, don't say ludonarrative, however small it might seem. The quests that are hidden don't feel completely random. There's usually a very obvious hint, or it's a reward for being thorough. The little hooks between the two go a long way. Sometimes it even hooks a side narrative into the main narrative. If you didn't do the side quest to kill the monster for the village, instead of Agato mentioning that it was already dead, he'll chastise you for ignoring it. That's cool. There aren't too many quests per area, but more do become available as the main story progresses, so it's a good idea to check back in at the guild every now and again. There's a vague indicator of long, medium, and short term for how much more of the story can progress before a mission will fail. And this led to something strange happening to me the first time I played Trails in the Sky. I normally don't do all the side quests in a video game. I just do some of them here and there if they interest me, or if I stumble into them. The quests themselves are just generic fetch quests or talk to the NPC quests, but they give cute little sub-stories. They introduce new recurring characters and expand out different parts of the world. I've been making some callbacks to quests as I talk about the main story. It's nice that there is a reward system in place, but I almost completely forgot what it was like for the text itself to be rewarding. Tells you how many uncompelling games I've been playing as of late. I got sucked into the story on my first playthrough and I ended up having some quest timeout. I got genuinely upset that I missed something. It's why I was happy that I made sure to do everything on my second playthrough. Every now and again there's a game out there that reminds me why these gameplay systems exist in the first place. Side questing can feel meaningful, and this almost feels in direct opposition to the secret book system. During the adventure, it's possible to collect a series of novels called Carnelia, a story written by a man named Minkt about his encounter with a really cool church lady called Ein Selnet, which totally won't have any relevance to later parts in the series. To find all the chapters requires going out of the way to find random NPCs in obscure places at unusual points in the story. I find that they like to do this when something serious is happening in the plot and you have to temporarily abandon it. Take the break-in with the Sky Bandits the second time in Bose. We just got out of jail, so I want to investigate immediately. Well, I shouldn't have, because I could have gotten a book from a soldier in the market if I went there instead. I'm making it sound like the game is denying me something, but it really isn't. A full set of these books can be exchanged for the best weapons in the game, but they are just a bonus, not something that is necessary. I just hate that some of the time frames to get these chapters are when I want to be invested in the story, because abandoning post to get a book when shit is hitting the fan seems like the opposite of what a good bracer should do. But I get what their idea is. They want to reward players for constantly checking areas at obscure times and pushing boundaries. I just wish it felt like it rewarded paying attention to small details that felt in line with the game. But really, I'm just upset because I missed one book and I didn't want to reload. When Estelle and Joshua emerge from the mountain pass, they finally gaze upon the ocean. Not for the first time in either of their lives, but something about it this time feels right. Perhaps a sense of relief as the crisis has just passed. Exploring along the cliffs leads to the nearby lighthouse. The lighthouse keeper mumbles something to himself in a panic. Some monsters crept in when he left the door open. Sounds like a job for some bracers. Except the lighthouse keeper balks at Estelle's approach. A real bracer is much more polite and goes out of their way to ensure complete happiness of the citizen beyond the bare minimum. Kids these days. What a character. Gonna complain when people are exterminating the monsters that you let in by accident? Lucky for him, bracers help everyone. After that fiasco, they arrive in the next town, Minoria Village. Estelle can feel the hunger after all that hiking. That ass isn't gonna sculpt itself. The local eatery recommends a couple of boxed lunches and enjoying them next to the windmill. That's where the best view is, after all. In Estelle's excitement, she walks backwards and bumps into my wife, who's rushing by. Joshua is surprised at the sight of this student in uniform from Janus Royal Academy, but for real this time. Estelle apologizes for not looking where she's going, but Chloe quickly asks if they saw a kid with a hat. Sorry, but they haven't. She thanks them for their time and goes back to searching. Estelle and Joshua mosey on over to the windmill and enjoy their meal together. One of the reasons this game is considered slow-paced is because of how willing it is to show characters just spending time with each other. Estelle forces Joshua to feed her, then is aggressive when returning the favor that she asked for. It's important to show that they don't only talk to one another when they're feeling down. When things are peaceful, they know Cassius is safe, there isn't a crisis looming on the horizon. Estelle and Joshua simply like each other's company. It also shows that Joshua easily gets embarrassed when it comes to Estelle. On the way back, Estelle uses the narrative power of parallelism to bump into a kid with a hat. However, that bump was no accident. He swiped her bracer badge in the confusion. He might be a kid, but remember, Estelle doesn't care who it is when it comes to injustice. She'll even beat up a kid from an orphanage. Hey, who's threatening children? Oh, it's just the girl that we met earlier. Clem claims he didn't steal nothing, but matron Teresa doesn't believe him. Her name is what? Thanks to her classic switcheroo, Estelle gets her badge back. As an apology, they give Estelle some delicious homemade apple pie. Therefore, all is forgiven. Except the pie was actually made by Chloe, not the matron. Chloe is so nice that she's going to give them a tour of the city, and watch Clem attempt to apologize to Estelle along the way. Ah, the port city of Rouen. On the map, this is situated right on the river that leads to the big lake in the middle of the country. Kinda strange that we don't see too many cargo ships, but that's because almost everything is done by airships these days. Also casually, most of their navy was obliterated in the war as a last-ditch effort to save the city by detonating all their boats at the mouth of the river. I can believe there is world building around this. In fact, the city only installed the bridge to link both halves of itself 40 years ago. Before that, they had to ferry across all the time. Now the bridge raises 3 times a day to let a few remaining big boats through. There's also a gambling facility that you can't gamble at. That was added in the sequel. At the guild, the receptionist is out, but thankfully, Senior Bracer Karna is here to tell them that he'll be back soon. They must be the newbies who are making waves after solving the crisis in Bose. Estelle downplays their achievements because it wasn't like they did it all by themselves. Oh, she's actually a little bashful about it now. It's called character development. Down by the docks, some unscrupulous individuals make a move on Estelle and Chloe by saying that they shouldn't hang out with that pipsqueak but them instead. Joshua ignores the taunt but says, "If you lay a finger on the ladies, I'll make certain that you regret it." Damn, okay, Joshua. I wasn't aware of your game. Things are about to get ugly. However, a passing politician's assistant attempts to de-escalate the situation. Be gone, foul delinquents. Wow, what a set of upstanding gentlemen. I love politicians. Enough time has passed to go back to the guild. The receptionist Jean is now here. He was busy getting the city ready for a member of the royal family who's visiting soon. What a convenient excuse. Chloe is worried because Joshua and Estelle need to find a place to stay the night. Surprisingly, the hotel had a recent vacancy for the penthouse suite and will charge the normal rate for it. Chloe breathes a sigh of relief. Now she can finally leave with peace of mind. Estelle tells Joshua that she really likes Chloe, and he actually concurs. If Joshua trusts her, she's 100% certified, not a villain. Estelle rushes out on the balcony to take it all in, but a nobleman has bursted into their room and is claiming it for himself. Given what we know about Estelle, how is she gonna react? Is it A, give up the room, B, calmly ask about the situation, C, leave it to Joshua, or D, insult the man's head? That's right, but Joshua tells Estelle that that's rude. She should use the word unique to describe his head. And I thought he was the polite one. The Duke rebukes by saying that he is royalty and he does not deserve to be treated like this. Estelle refuses to believe that such an arrogant asshole is royalty, and Joshua agrees. There has never been a man so unfit for his position. So the butler pulls them aside and assures them that the Duke is actually royalty in spite of his demeanor. Then he slips them some money, wink wink, nudge nudge. See, we're not doing it for the money. We're doing it for a shitload of money. Spaceballs. But now they have to find a normal room and everything is booked, unless they run into Niall again, who can let them crash in his room for the night. It's all connected, it's a giant conspiracy. That's a different cutscene while sleeping. Who sets an orphanage on fire? What are they, a strategic bombing target? And they were saved off-screen by a mysterious silver-haired man. That's, a bit of a cop-out after that cutscene, but maybe child murder was a bit too far for Trails? Can we say that on YouTube? A quick investigation makes it clear that this was arson. Why would someone do this? I unironically think that Estelle giving hugs is one of the best things she does. Chloe isn't the only one who's upset, but at least the matron and kids are alive. Chloe eases up a bit. She was praying the whole way here that everyone was safe. I guess that means they were answered. The matron and kids are staying at the inn nearby. The villagers are mortified at what just happened, but won't let her pay for her room as she tries to figure out what to do. When Joshua explains that it was arson, she couldn't even begin to guess who would be responsible. But it certainly wasn't the silver-haired man that saved them when the building was collapsing. He even called the villagers over to help, but nobody knew who he was, and he left before anyone could react. Suspicious, but he is the reason that they're still alive. The mayor and Gilbert rush over immediately after hearing about the incident. The mayor has a simple proposal. The matron and kids can live in his villa while the orphanage is rebuilt. The matron explains that while it's a generous offer, that orphanage is special to her. She'd have to think about it. The mayor understands and says that she can take her time. Gilbert speculates that the hooligans down by the docks must have been responsible, but the mayor cuts him off because that's a grave accusation. He doubts that they would be capable of such a thing. Guess he's not so bad for a mayor that inherited the position instead of being elected. That's right, each region has a slightly different political system. There used to be nobles in charge of all regions, but only the central monarchy exists now. Chloe is understandably a bit frazzled after hearing everything. Estelle asks her about the matron's husband, Joseph. His name is Joseph? Chloe says that he passed away a while ago, but he meant a great deal to her. She might not be from the orphanage, but he did her a big favor. It was a shock when he passed, but more so for the kids. Somehow, they all managed. If they could get through that, they can get through this. Can't be sad for too long because Clem has run after the dock gang because he was eavesdropping on what Gilbert said. Well, we gotta haul ass, and the boat's gotta haul cargo because the stupid bridge is up. I think there was a boat at the hotel, but the dumbass Duke reserved it. Well, fuck him. A kid's about to ruin his life. Look, Chloe's so upset that she's crying. The sailor relents because he'd rather not make a lady cry over something trivial. They get to the docks, but where is Clem? Thankfully, Chloe's bird friend, Sieg, tells her where he is. Yeah, Chloe can just talk to Sieg, and they never elaborate on it. Sieg rocks. Well, Clem does about as much damage as a mosquito versus a freight train, and the gang decides to beat up this small child to teach him a lesson. Child murder is not okay, but child abuse, Chloe ain't having any of that shit. She had a rapier this whole time? No? I understand. Chloe is no slouch in combat. She can throw Sieg at enemies to cripple their attack and defenses, so it got nerfed in the next game, and is also famous for having one line in her orbiment and 3 water quartz required. A typical schoolgirl shouldn't know how to fight like this. Someone must have taught her. Also, the gang leader has an instant kill on his big attack and they can res themselves. This fight can actually be a pain unless they underestimate my current builds. What are we? Monsters? No. We're bracers and a schoolgirl named Chloe. The ravens aren't backing down, but Agato walks in. Oh my god! Don't kill them! Agato's skilled negotiating technique convinces them to let Clem go. The matron rushes in after hearing Clem was in danger. He thinks he's in trouble again, but no. She understands. She's upset that their house has gone too, but she's more concerned about him. Throwing his life away isn't going to bring the house back. It's more important to her that he's safe. Guess all's well that ends well. Except they're off the case because Agato is taking over. He says that they're too invested and it's too personal, plus they got a civvy involved. They don't have a say in the matter because he has seniority. Estelle is about as happy as expected. Chloe apologizes for drawing her blade, but Estelle doesn't blame her. Anyone would try to fight back in that situation. Jean says that Agato is probably just looking out for them despite appearances. He's just terrible at conveying his feelings and more than likely just doesn't want them to get hurt. So the next logical thing to do is to help out Chloe's school play. More quests open up before going to school. I like the one where there's an obnoxious guest who's asserting himself at the checkpoint and they want the bracers to make him leave. Who could it possibly be? Oh, it's the Duke trying to rent the whole place out to himself. That's okay. Estelle is a master manipulator. You see, Your Highness, this place is kinda dingy and the food is bad. Perhaps staying somewhere else is better. Alright, Estelle might be able to hide her emotions every now and again. There's also another quest for the man in the lighthouse where you can get him some extra booze and an anchovies for some bonus points. I double want to do that after he called my previous work half-ass. He's a bit nicer this time around and mentions that the last bracer that helped him was a really cool dude named Cassius. That would explain why his expectations were so high. The school play arc. This arc confirms I have no idea how the education system in this game's universe works. They mention Sunday school for Estelle and Joshua, but they don't go to a traditional school for like 5.5 days a week. Janus Royal Academy, on the other hand, is a boarding school, so everyone lives on campus. Surely this means they go to school for more than 1 day a week. It's also a private school, so whoever goes here comes from money and or status. That's why the student council president is a massive fujoshi. Thank God they hired some bracers to help. Nobody wanted to do the school play. Why? Well, that's because everyone's cross-dressing. Why? To end gender discrimination and be free of gender roles. Hold on, I'm about to get political. Incredibly based. What I would expect for the liberal kingdom. Joshua was deliberately not informed of this until right now. Too bad, buddy. It's too late to back out. Damn, Estelle rocks that Royal Guard uniform and so does Chloe. But what about Joshua? Oh my god. He's beautiful. That's right, Joshua. You have to put the dress on to save the world. This is integral for the story. After rehearsal, Estelle gets to have a slumber party with her new best friends. Jill can't wait to talk about whatever they want now that the boys are gone. Chloe doesn't understand what that means, so Jill begins teasing her for not understanding girl talk. Chloe retaliates by threatening to no longer bake sweets for her. I'm gonna have to ask Ellie, is this how women work? Estelle starts to laugh. She's a bit jealous of how close they are. She doesn't have anything like that at home. They both immediately turn to her and ask, what about Joshua? Joshua? He's more like family. Family, she says. Jill taunts. I wonder if Joshua feels the same way with a pretty girl like Estelle around. Come on. Joshua? Being attracted to her? There's no way. Chloe gets Jill to stop teasing, but Estelle's mind seems to be in another place right now. As I said before, it's pretty obvious where this is going. But I do at least want to say that Estelle refers to Joshua as Kyodai, which means they are sworn brothers in the Yakuza. The next evening, Estelle finally nails her scene after rehearsing all day. Chloe, on the other hand, had no problems delivering her lines at all. Does she have any tips? Chloe gently smiles. She hopes the matron and the kids enjoy their performance. Estelle says they must be like Chloe's family. Chloe's face is shocked for a second and Estelle thinks she overspoke, but Chloe agrees. They're the ones who taught her the real value of family. Both her parents died soon after she was born. She lived with an affluent relative and had a mostly peaceful life. She never wanted for anything but wondered what having a real family was like. 10 years ago, she met the matron. Wait, during the war? Yep. Everyone around her scattered to flee the empire. That's when the matron and her husband took her in. When the war was over, she continued to stay with them for several months until she finally heard word from her relatives. When Chloe thinks back on the kindness they showed her, a girl that they knew nothing about and wanted nothing in return, that's when she realized what it means to be a mother and father. Alright, so the waifu tier list is looking like this right now. We got Estelle in the S tier, Joshua in the S tier, Chloe in the wife tier, and Scheherazade in the hot tier. I rest my case. There's been a few heart-to-hearts between Estelle and Joshua at this point, but it's not limited to just those two characters. I mentioned this theme of trauma and how it affects people way back at the beginning of the game. Chloe's story is very similar to Estelle's. The war did horrible things to both of them, ripping Chloe's tenuous relationship with her adoptive family apart, but she found happiness in spite of it. That's the path she chooses to follow. Not to live in the horror of tragedy, but the warmth of family. Chloe mentions that Joshua is a great actor. Did he do theater in the past? Estelle has no idea. Joshua doesn't like talking about his history, but he's always been good at whatever he does. It must just come naturally, like his calm and collected demeanor, but he's cute when he's flustered. Chloe wonders if they should have switched roles, because in the ending scene, Oscar is the one who, well, it's just Joshua. Besides, wouldn't Chloe want to kiss Joshua? On the lips, give him a big ol' smooch? Anyway, Joshua only sees Estelle as some little kid to help. He's been like that for forever. There's definitely 100% nothing going on. Boo! Joshua is here to let them know it's time for dinner. Seems like Joshua and Hans are getting along. Now, if we eavesdrop on them, they're talking about women. I'm gonna have to check with myself. Is this what men are like? Then Estelle helps catch a slacker named Mickey at the haunted old schoolhouse that's not actually haunted. Thank God. The school arc can feel a bit out of left field, and that's because it is, but it's used to tell us Chloe's backstory and her convictions. We also see Estelle start to become self-aware of her feelings for Joshua. These are things that need to be developed, and it's good that there's a low-stakes part of the story where this can naturally occur. I'd say the abrupt transition isn't great, but I immediately forget that when I'm sucked into intimate character moments. I attribute this time we spend with Chloe for being the reason she's my favorite character besides the protagonist. Chloe and Estelle are surprisingly similar characters in spite of their demeanors. It's neat how they have different backgrounds but end up in a similar place. And it's cool that the narrative highlights this. The play that they perform also emphasizes this. But first, enjoy the festival. Candy, popcorn, exhibits, a compatibility testing booth. There's a lot of pointless fun to be had with characters that we've met. Even Professor Alba is here to see the exhibits. The matron and kids show up and Joshua takes the kids on a tour as the matron clearly wants to talk about something without them around. She's decided to accept the mayor's offer. It'll be rough, but maybe she can save up enough to rebuild the orphanage one day. She'll tell the kids her decision after the play. Finding the kids backstage, Joshua has left. Where did he go? Polly says he was chasing after a silver-haired man. Sig might be able to help. Joshua tailed the man all the way back to the old schoolhouse, but lost him. He must be pretty good if he managed to give Joshua the slip, although he shouldn't leave without saying anything. Estelle was worried sick as she pretends like she wasn't. Anyway, time for the play. Estelle is nervous at the sight of the crowd, but it's okay. She's good at focusing on only one thing at a time. That's right, Joshua, like the cute princess. These two never stop bantering. The story is about two knights who are vying for the affection of the princess, one from a noble background and the other from a common one. The knights are good friends, but their families are pushing their own values on them. The nobility not wanting to lose more power, and the commoners wanting to gain even more. In the end, an assassin injures Oscar before their duel to decide who marries the princess, and Julius concedes because the fight isn't fair. Also, the princess gets stabbed by accident and is brought back to life by God. Yeah, all that's irrelevant, because the most important plot detail is that Joshua is very good at passing as a woman, and the Duke has the media literacy of the average brainlet screaming that games need to be apolitical. Sorry to inform you, the games about the aftermath and consequences of war are in fact extremely political. Estelle is totally indifferent about the kiss at the end of the play. The matron congratulates them on a wonderful performance. Well, surprise! The school was secretly using this event to fundraise for a new orphanage. The total after the festival is 1 million mira. Think about how many new shoes that can buy. But the matron says she can't accept it. This gun I'm holding says otherwise. The tears begin streaming down her face. Why would they go out of their way just for her? Because it was the right thing to do. Karna's going to escort her back to Minoria because carrying that much cheddar is a bit dangerous. This might be stupid and cheesy, but so is kindness. All that's left is to turn in the bracer request. The matron has been attacked on the way back from Minoria. Who has it out for this woman? Holy shit. It's like someone trying to harass a literal saint. This is the prime example for why I like to complain about the book system. This is the only time where you can run back to Rouen and get a book from this lady on the bridge, by deliberately running in the opposite direction of the matron and the kids who were just assaulted. I'm sure Chloe will understand that this video game collectible is significantly more important. But when they get there, it's okay that the crew didn't rush, because the matron and Karna were not seriously injured. Joshua looks them over and determines that they were knocked out with gas, the kind that has no lingering side effects. That exists in this universe? What else do they have? They have Agato showing up after the Bracer Guild was officially contacted. He has one thing to say. Whoever managed to surprise Karna isn't going to be a chump. Things are starting to get a bit weird. The Raven Gang is also missing, but they don't seem like the type to pull a stunt like this. I could say it's because they aren't evil, but it's actually because they're losers. The sun has already set. If only there was a party member who could talk to a bird companion with supervision. They've taken over the lighthouse. Agato doesn't believe that people can talk to a bird and also says they still can't take a civvy with them. But Chloe has to help the matron. They're like her family. Is this really the time, Agato? Joshua also vouches for Chloe. She can handle herself. Agato is clearly not convinced, but there's not any point in further arguing. After breaking into the lighthouse, they find the Ravens, who are nonverbal and extremely aggressive. Okay, I swear I have a foreshadowing segment, but it has to be done once all is revealed. These dudes are way stronger than the last time they fought. Joshua identifies that they've been hypnotized and given a combination of drugs to end up like this. I hope the lighthouse keeper is okay. He might have been a bit of a jerk, but he's just a lonely old guy. I can't believe it. Gilbert was behind everything. He was planning on stopping the matron from rebuilding her orphanage and pinning it all on the Ravens. What the fuck? Why? The mayor wants to develop the land into luxury seaside villas. The orphanage would spoil the view for the vacation homes. They knew the matron wouldn't leave for just money because she's too attached to the place. They had to take some less noble actions. I should have trusted my gut. All politicians are bastards. Also, isn't that the plot to Yakuza 3? I can't believe they ripped off a game 3 years into the future. Chloe, how does this make you feel? Very upset? I concur. This is unusually cruel. To put it politely, I'd say it's downright diabolical. The dudes in black suits are tough as nails. Who the hell did they hire? Estelle, Joshua, and friends triumph. Agato reveals that these are the dudes he's been alluding to tracking ever since they first met him. The suits comment offhandedly about their lieutenant warning them about the bracers. Joshua wonders if it's the same lieutenant that they saw on the lake. Looks like the bracers aren't completely in the dark as to what's going on. They seem pretty cocky for a bunch of people who just lost in a fight. Yeah, right. They don't have the balls. Okay. They're not messing around. They'll blow their brains out if they take a step closer. Yep, Trails in the Sky FC, completely lighthearted game. Nothing dark to see here. That's one way to secure an escape route. We'll have to leave it up to Agato to chase after them. Estelle's not going to be able to make that jump. Kinda a weird time to take a nap, but Estelle's right. They have to focus on what they can do. Agato's in charge of that part of the mission. They need to go after the mayor. But can they really do anything? The bracers aren't allowed to interfere in local governments. It's in the bylaws. They should still report at the very least and see what Jean has to say. On the way past the school, Chloe stops and says that she'll catch up with them later. When Estelle and Joshua are out of sight, she sends a message with Sieg to an unknown third party. Jean thinks this is turning into a major scandal, but the bracers' hands are tied. Unless they can catch the mayor in the act or have direct proof, he's untouchable. At least for the bracers. The army, on the other hand, they can arrest him. They're just a bit slow. That means Estelle and Joshua need to stall him while the army mobilizes. Chloe couldn't have better timing. To the mayor's estate. He's seeing someone important right now, so they'll have to wait until he's free. Joshua figures that it's the Duke. Why? Because the Duke is probably being sold a vacation home as part of the scheme. It's not a random coincidence that he's visiting Rouen right now. Joshua leverages his deduction to claim that they're also invited to this meeting. At this point, I'm not surprised. Joshua is just that good. Although it is pretty obvious, the Duke might as well have a target pinned on his... Wait, what kind of head? What do you know? The Duke is claiming that he can throw whatever money he wants at a vacation home because he's going to be the next king. Good as time as any to bust in. The Duke makes a comment that they look familiar. Why am I drawing attention to this? The mayor's upset at their interruption at first, but lightens up after hearing that they've identified the arsonist. It's exactly who he thinks it is. That's a shame. He really thought they could see the error of their ways. No, Estelle's not talking about the Ravens. It's you, Mayor Dalmore! Gilbert's already in custody and all the evidence been given to the army. It's over. But the mayor doesn't even know the people in black clothes. Strange, they didn't even bring them up. His plan finally makes sense. That's why Niall was here. He had a lead that the mayor was up to a money-making scheme and just needed to figure out how. He even shows up right now to get a scoop. Impeccable timing. What I would expect from the liberal news. But why does Mayor Dalmore need money? He comes from a noble family and is sitting on a fortune. Simple. He was embezzling public funds to gamble on penny stocks in Calvert. Typical politician. Chloe finally snaps. If he's in so much debt, couldn't he just sell his estate? Why resort to terrorizing some orphans? Don't be ridiculous. He couldn't give up his own home. Well, the orphanage was home to Chloe. He's just a pitiful, selfish man. Yeah, beat his ass. He's got a couple of trained monsters as pets. Wait, how do monsters work in this universe? They work by causing the Duke to pass out. You might think that taking out one of these monsters would make the fight easier, but they buff the other one when they die. Well, now they have Bracer authority. Sending monsters after citizens is a crime. Probably. So that's why he did what he... He can stop time? Alright, it's just paralysis. I thought time control was about to be introduced to the story. That would be crazy. Instead, it's just a super powerful and dangerous artifact. Wait, how does Chloe know about artifacts? A surprise he has something like this without the church finding out. They usually keep these things under wraps. Write that down! Well, it might stop people in place, but that's all it does. Sucks that he has to do the dirty part himself. Light-hearted adventure, everyone. Joshua's voice goes cold.
Keep your filthy hands off Estelle. Don't you harm a single hair on her head, or I'll use every technique I know to cut your miserable carcass to pieces.
Damn. Is he trying to distract him from hurting Estelle?
No!
この光は
くそ、この手が動けば。
The artifact from Cassius disabled the other artifact in their time of need. Now we're gonna have to pause for a second. Somewhere out there, the Cinema Sins ding goes off and they call this a contrived intervention. I disagree. The audience has been told artifacts exist. Olivier had one, so it's clearly possible for citizens to have them as well. He mentioned that they can do things beyond what a regular orbiment can, but there is a need to demonstrate exactly what that entails. At least something more intense than wireless communication. That's why the evil Mayor Dalmore uses one right here. From a thematic standpoint though, come on. Estelle got the artifact from her father, her crying out and it activates to save her and Joshua in their time of need. It's like Cassius protecting his kids when he isn't there. That's adorable. The mayor is fleeing via boat. The sail is just tall enough that he has to raise the bridge. It's genius. Why didn't I think of that? Also, that spin move Estelle was showing off to the kid earlier can deflect bullets. That's what I get for underestimating a bracer. He's getting away thanks to a sudden gust of wind. If only there was something that could catch him, like Her Majesty's Royal Guard. Yeah, I'd pass out too from all the shit that I just saw. They can leave it all to Julia Schwartz. The airship they used was just finished, so they can't exactly talk about it with everyone in the public. Surely nobody else saw it. They might have beat them to the punch, but Richard is just behind them on cleanup duty yet again. Amalthea comments that the Royal Guard got here much faster than they did, almost as if they had another information channel, but Richard states that this isn't the time to quarrel. With that, Estelle and Joshua help resolve another major crisis. Now's the time to ponder about the artifact that just saved their lives. Did Cassius know something? After filling Jean in, he speculates that Professor R is likely Professor Russell in Zeiss. How many other professors with names that start with R exist in Liberal? I think 0 based on the extended lore. Also, here's the recommendation that they earned after that fiasco. Meanwhile, Agato is still hunting down the black suits. They've been running for so long that they're now in the Zeiss region. Well, well, well. The lieutenant finally showed up. He simply asks Agato to overlook this incident from his incompetent subordinates. He had no intention of upsetting the bracers. Agato thinks that's only a bit of a completely absurd request. On the contrary, the lieutenant thinks it was quite generous. Oh, I know a campy anime battle when it's about to happen. Guess he was all talk. Or he has shadow clones.
悪くない一撃だったが、 未だ迷いがあるようだな。その迷いが立ち筋を狂わせる。人として生きたいのなら、怒りと悲しみは忘れるがいい。
It really is going full camp. Chloe sees off Estelle and Joshua at the top of the checkpoint to Zeiss with a beautiful waterfall in the background. Chloe says she's going to be in Gransel to see some relatives soon. Whenever they arrive, they should reach out and try to get together again. Chloe reflects a little bit on the things she said back at the mayor's place, calling him pitiful and selfish. But she is not that different. She has been running away from her own responsibilities this whole time. After these events, Estelle and Joshua reminded her to have courage and protect what matters. That's right, Estelle. Give her a hug. We need some wholesome energy right now. With them gone, Julia Schwartz has arrived to collect Chloe. If only there was a way to figure out who Chloe is. Which is why we're talking about character interactions. I didn't have a good subtitle for this one. Alright, there's quite a bit of setup going into Zeiss. The men in black suits, the artifacts, Chloe's identity, the intelligence division, the reach of the Bracer Guild, and most importantly, the relationships between characters. Estelle and Joshua are obviously at the core here, but Niall is now a reliable contact. Chloe has become a trusted friend. Estelle's even acquainted with the various divisions of the army and royal guard by proxy. She's never been doing everything all on her own, but there is a build-up to her new allies. They don't always start on perfect terms, but she eventually wins them over. An interesting thing that Trails in the Sky does with its party members is force them in and out of the group. First, Shedazard is in our party, but she has places to be. Then Chloe joins up for a bit before having business to take care of as well. During that time that they're in our party, we see how they react to Quest and to other characters. It's not just how they differ in combat, it's how they differ in personality. Shedazard is much more aggressive and abrasive, Chloe is much more polite and reserved. Both of them change the dynamics of their respective chapters. Olivier and Agate only team up for small portions, but we still see a little bit of this. It's even cooler that their weapons and fighting styles and outfits match their personalities. It's called character design. It also feels natural that they team up in their respective parts of the story. They have a personal stake in the matter. Shedazard is very close to Cassius and wants to help find him as well. And Chloe is very close to the orphanage, so she wants to help them. It might seem strange that they leave afterwards, but I think that's there to eliminate the narrative problem of all party members being present, but not directly participating in the narrative. It's a case where I can easily suspend my disbelief that not all characters have to comment on everything happening around them all the time, but by having them not always be present, I no longer have to pretend. Insert comment about how this ties back into my thesis about a sense of place here. From the gameplay side of things, I appreciate being forced to use characters that I normally wouldn't, because when I play RPGs, I easily get comfortable with one particular party setup and just use that for the rest of the game. I engaged more with parts of the Orbiment building system than I would have otherwise. I didn't think these things were super great on my first playthrough, but their strength became more apparent to me now that I've played the modern Trails games. This is not me throwing shade at the modern Trails games, by the way, it's just a revelation I had. Being forced to do things in games can actually be a big strength. Chapter 3. The Not-So-Secret Tunnel. I forgot how vulnerable having only 2 party members makes me. Why is there a child running around here looking for broken lights? Estelle's correct, that kid probably shouldn't be left alone. She might hurt herself with the cannon she uses. The child has a cannon? Look at the recoil she experiences. She's only been in my party for 2 seconds, but if anything bad happens to Tita, I'm gonna commit several war crimes. Anyhow, she's here to quickly repair the light because monsters like to eat the septium crystals that powers them. Thus, when the light that is supposed to help keep monsters away goes out, it actually acts as a monster attractor instead. Ironic. This will surely have a simple explanation. Look at this cute little nerd. This is the town theme I steal all the time for my videos, by the way. It's a bop. Believe it or not, they invented elevators. This is huge for the world building and lore, as long as you ignore the elevator from the prologue. I mentioned that the Liberal Kingdom is an innovator in orbital technology, and Zeiss Central Factory is where all of that is done. They don't have an official regional mayor, but the factory chief might as well be. Estelle loves Tita so much that she wishes she was her little sister instead of her annoying brother. An annoyed Joshua reminds Estelle that she'd have to act a bit more mature to be an One-san. Behold, the only escalator in the entire world that was just invented. Falcom probably spent most of their budget on this, and canonically they will invent Metal Gears about 10 months from now. Getting checked in at the local guild, the receptionist Kilika, hot, already knew that Joshua and Estelle were coming because she got a call from Jean. She knows what they're about to ask. Cassius is not in the region. She then gives them a letter of introduction to the factory chief because she assumes they want to find out about the Black Orbament. I know exactly the terrifying kind of woman Kilika is. The ranking isn't changing. I wouldn't call any of the other receptionists bad. She's just really good at what she does. A ton of side quests open up at this point as per usual. My favorite one from Zeiss is the library book that has to be tracked down because an old employee hid one as a practical joke but then left the company without returning it. Purely so that when Estelle tracks it down, she finds out there are even more books and says, I just really like the delivery on that line. Completing the super long book quest chain rewards this game's Impede 3 quartz, which is really solid for the win strength that it can add to a line. The 80% impede chance is pretty good too, I guess. Estelle has to make a big show of their introduction letter because she's Estelle. Murdoch gives them a warm greeting. He's worked with the Bracers many times in the past, but Cassius, in particular, has done a lot of work for him. That man is literally everywhere. Anyhow, the Black Orbament is clearly suspicious. It has no barcode and no maintenance hatch. I guess no one considers that it can be an artifact? They could just cut it open, but maybe they should get Professor R involved. Who is Professor Russell? I'm glad you asked. Orbital technology was invented by Professor Epstein. Oh no. Anyway, that guy had several direct disciples who studied under him. Professor Russell is one such disciple. He's the one who spearheaded many orbital innovations, but in particular, airships. For better or for worse, he's a certified genius. That's a somewhat ominous description. It'll probably be fine for him to take a look at it. His granddaughter's going to escort them to his lab. I don't even need to look to know who it's going to be. So, Tita is my daughter, Chloe is my wife, Vanilla is my waifu, and Northern Lion is my Oshi. Any questions? What the hell is the professor doing? Well, don't just stand there. Help him out. He's about to make a device that can bypass the biosensors that they previously invented. Tita immediately gets sucked in a very adorable way. Estelle even starts brewing coffee because nobody has self-control in this game. It's all a big misunderstanding. They aren't interns. They're intern bracers. Professor Russell says how happy he is to finally meet Cassius's kids. Half of this journey is just figuring out how cool Cassius is. They begin analyzing the Black Orbament and... a device that shuts down all orbs? That's actually kinda terrifying. Maybe causing a blackout is considered to be a bit of a faux pas in this universe. On the dawn of the next day, the professor wants to cut into the Black Orbament again. However, the saw stops working thanks to the orbital shutdown phenomena, as he deems it. That means he'll have to use a gas engine instead, and about 20 spare saw blades. Trust me, the fact they invented a computer is super important to the world building like 3 games from now. To get the gasoline, they have to look it up on Amazon, and get it from the automated warehouse, and then go to the docks to talk to the maintenance chief. The timing is strangely perfect. They just got the engine back from the army who needed it for research. This surely isn't foreshadowing. Note, gasolines and combustion engines exist in this world, but carbon monoxide poisoning does not. Or maybe it's because the local village's water pump just broke, so they don't have to stick around in this enclosed space with a combustion engine for a long enough time to die. PSA, don't fuck around with ventilation. The professor could fix it, but he doesn't want to stop breaking saw blades on the artifact. Tita says she can help instead. Perfect, Estelle and Joshua can escort her. It's a golden opportunity to test out some new Jordans that a researcher is inventing because Estelle likes them so much. It's a good idea to do that one before doing all the other quests. like helping these dudes whose forklift broke down. I just want to point out that the follow-up to this quest is technically a hidden one, but it's pretty obvious that there's more to do after stopping the monsters from attacking them. I said it before, the hidden quests aren't completely random. Also, exploring the tower early is cool because there's a Mine 3 gem in there, and a big sword that nobody can currently equip. I wonder what that implies. As a quick aside, Tita's gimmick, true to her character, is that all her basic attacks are AoE because she has a fucking cannon. The downside is that she's super inaccurate because she has a fucking cannon. Increased dexterity, increased dexterity, increased dexterity. Smokescreen is a strong utility move when it actually hits because it's about a 90% accuracy drop. Tita isn't super good at arts, but she can use Chaos Brand, which might as well be God mode in this game. Overall, Tita has pretty good utility, but is a bit lower on the damage side, which is totally fine with everyone else making up the difference. Arriving at Elmo Village, I'm thinking this is going to be another relaxing story segment. Tita can handle the repairs by herself, so Estelle and Joshua can just relax. But not really. A ditzy tourist just wandered out into the monster-infested plains. A ditzy tourist. It couldn't be. It is Dorothy. It's weird seeing her by herself, though. Where's Niall? He's back in Gransel. She's here to take some pictures for him. Now, if she could just get the perfect shot.
戻るわよ。エステルちゃん、怖い。
Tita already fixed everything all by herself. As a reward, they can spend the night here for free. Hot Springs Arc, no fan service edition. It's Estelle and Tita heart-to-heart edition. Tita asks Estelle why they're traveling around on foot. Well, it was a recommendation from Shedazard and her father. Something about seeing the places they're supposed to protect with their own eyes. Cassius might have been big on speeches, but he did know what he was talking about. Not to bring the mood down with bringing him up, but she just has to have faith that he'll be okay. So anyway, Estelle, are you and Joshua married?
なんでそうなるわけ？
Well, they have the same last name, travel together, and they look nothing alike. You know, Tita makes some good points. Simply put, they aren't blood related because he's adopted. Also, they're only 16 for God's sakes. Oh, that's why they aren't married. No, they're not dating either. They're kazoku, and kazoku means family. Family means nobody gets left behind. Do they give off a romantic vibe? No, but they're always together and very comfortable around each other. But isn't that just how family and close friends act around each other? Did you know that there isn't much of a difference between friendship and romance on an emotional level?
何を思い出してんのよ。
Why is Estelle panicking all of a sudden? She never thought about it that way before. She rushes outside to get some fresh air. This bath is big enough to swim, but that's against the rules. Oh, Joshua should shut up. Oh no! It's a half-naked Joshua! Characters really start to scream a lot at this point in the story. At this point, I do have to whip out the conspiracy board. I am convinced that Joshua has been into Estelle this entire time. Mr. Silver-Tongue Master of Hiding Emotions couldn't pull a fast one on old Uncle Chair. He's always looking lovingly into her eyes. I'm just convinced that Joshua is convinced that Estelle doesn't feel the same way. There's also a twinge of self-hatred in there, but it doesn't make an appearance very often. To his fairness, Estelle didn't understand it herself until right now. She does like Joshua more than a close friend or a blood brother. What the heck is that sound? Oh, my taboo alarm is going off. Look, Estelle and Joshua met when they were both like 11 years old. All I'm going to say is that if two people meet at 11 years old and get married 15 years later and it's considered to be a problem, I'm going to have to talk to my best friend who met his wife back when they were both in middle school. Joshua is in disbelief that Estelle would freak out like that at the sight of him. Maybe she should learn to read. It clearly stated that it's a mixed gender bath. Tita laughs at them bickering like they usually do. She's a bit jealous. Her parents are always out of the country for work as orbital engineers, so she only has her grandpa. She gets a little lonely sometimes. If only she had someone she was close with, like them. Is that parallelism in my narrative? Well, today is that day. Tita's getting adopted by Joshua and Estelle right now. She can be part of their family too. Now Tita can make fun of Joshua just like Estelle does. Found family is definitely another big theme of Trails. Tita might not have the same grave circumstances as Estelle or Chloe, but she also has to make do without her parents around. Having people close to you makes the hard times easier. These moments where characters get to form bonds is peak Trails. And Dorothy is here too, I guess. On the way back, the team meets Sin, whose model is twice as large as everyone else's. Heck, his legs are like tree trunks. I'll spoil that he's going to be important later, but for now, he's just going to the hot springs. The factory is up in smoke. Does carbon monoxide exist now? No, the gas leak is of an unknown origin. Definitely not the gas engine running inside of a sealed building. Quickly, this is another chance to get another book chapter. I'm sure Russell would understand. Joshua takes one look and determines that the smoke is coming from the same canisters that the Sky Bandits use. If they take the canisters out, they'll be able to see clearly. What's more important in terms of bonus BP? Taking out the canisters first or trying to find the professor first? It's taking out the smokes. Maybe that makes sense? The cutscene will play out differently if the smoke is cleared or not. Either way, the professor isn't here and the saw is still running. That's not a great sign. Thank God Agato is on the case. He once again chastises Estelle, telling her to stop sticking her nose into business and make matters worse. They endangered a child this time. In retrospect, taking a 12-year-old into a building with a gas leak is a terrible idea, even if she does know how to use a Gatling gun. Stop intimidating the child, Agato. There's a crisis going on right now. The professor is being kidnapped by the men in black suits. Oh, that's why Agato's here. It's too late, though. They're already on the elevator. Quick, jump over the rails. They rush outside, but the suits are already gone. How did nobody see them? Well, coincidentally, a bunch of soldiers in Royal Guard uniforms just walked by with a very strange Professor Russell-shaped package. Holy shit, they pulled an Ocean's 11. They changed outfits and acted like they did nothing and walked away with everything. However, Dorothy managed to snap a photo of the culprits in the heat of the moment. Her timing is absolutely incredible, and now I understand why she's here in the plot. As frustrating as it is, the only thing to do now is report everything to the army. Amalthea arrives on scene and concludes that this is an act of terrorism. Someone kidnapped the greatest mind in the United States, the Liberal Kingdom, and even took the computer that has even more advanced blueprints on it. That's right, the computer is important to this game. They've already begun putting everything on lockdown in order to stop the terrorists from escaping. The intelligence division was made for the express purpose of being able to react quickly to these types of situations. Joshua only has one question. How did the terrorists get Royal Guard uniforms? Amalthea admits that's concerning, but it's more important to secure the suspects. Great news then. Dorothy has a picture of the ones responsible. Amalthea demands that they hand it over as evidence. Guess that scoop is dead. More importantly, they can't have people panicking and suspecting the Royal Guard if this information was to get out. Captain Amalthea would also appreciate it if the Bracers would stop their investigation. That ain't happening. Amalthea sighs. She can't stop them, but they should report anything they find immediately to the intelligence division. Agato demands Estelle to hurry up and report back so they can work together and solve this damn thing. Oh, okay, Agato wants them around all of a sudden. Yeah, because he can use them. What a terrible liar. Professor Alba is at the guild? He was just investigating the tower and saw some suspicious people. He figured it was best to report it to the guild right away. That's awfully convenient, although he did investigate the previous towers. As they prepare to leave, Tita demands that they take her with them. She has to save her grandpa. Agato takes one look at Tita and says that she will just get in the way. They can't afford to pick up a kid's slack. But Estelle doesn't like his attitude. Agato can't just bully Tita for being a kid, however, Joshua concurs. Those men are going to be prepared. It's far too dangerous. Unlike carbon monoxide, murderous dudes with guns exist. Tita begins shaking. She yells that they're all horrible people between tears and rushes out of the building. That's the sound of me committing a war crime. Estelle immediately chases after, but Joshua stops her. It's best to leave Tita alone for now. She'll be okay. As they approach the tower, they get ambushed by a familiar set of monsters, just like what happened at the checkpoint. That's because the men in black suits are the ones controlling them. Mayor Dalmor also had some trained monsters. When Cassius dumped the case on Agato, he told him it was part of something bigger. That bastard, he knew something was up. There isn't any time to ponder though, they have something more pressing at the moment. Well, well, well. Looks like there's nowhere to run, and I doubt this hostage can be killed so easily. They need him alive. This fight actually isn't too bad compared to the last black suit encounter. Almost as if leveling up in-game corresponds with growth in the characters in the narrative sense. Out of hostages and out of places to run. Must be the worst run of luck they could have had. Even the army's on the way. Suddenly, the men begin to laugh. What's so funny? Just that they almost seem competent for a second. The airship timing is impeccable. Agato quickly whispers to Estelle and Joshua. When the other guy gets on the ship, that'll be their chance to strike. I think this means Tita followed them here. Oh fuck, now they have a hostage that they don't need alive. I'm going to get a bit political again, but shooting children is wrong. That's why Agato intercepts the bullet to avoid the issue entirely. Inappropriately timed side tangent. Reactive scenes. I've talked about this already, but I haven't directly stated it. One of the big things that this franchise does well are the reactive scenes. In other words, when something happens, characters react to it. When Tita tries to save her grandpa and ends up screwing everything up, she bawls her eyes out. She wants to save him, but her incompetence made it worse. I know where she's coming from. It's her grandpa. It's the only real family that she sees all the time. Of course she'd risk it all to try and save him without a solid plan. Then Agato berates her for completely valid reasons. Estelle tries to stop him from being mean, but Agato is right. Tita needs to hear this. Even if she's upset, that doesn't mean she can actually help. You have to be able to back it up. If Tita decides to give up after this mistake, then she should just stay home and cry about it. That's better than making everyone else's job harder. Tita wipes away her tears and pulls herself up. She's not going to back down. She will help get her grandpa back no matter what it takes. She's not going to run away. This is what makes strong characters. It's the action and reaction. Tita's convictions and frustrations. Similar to the idea of show don't tell, reactive scenes are a lot more complicated and nuanced than simply having them. In fact, all stories will have some amount of reactive scenes no matter how hard they try to avoid them. This will tie back into pacing discussions. Even something fast-paced like Chrono Trigger has reactive scenes. They just don't last super long. You might hear the criticism that the characters just talk about the plot and summarize it back. If this comes up, it usually means the characters are not showing enough emotion in their reactive scenes. Because yeah, Tita and Agato are just talking about what happened, but it shows how frustrated and upset they both are. It's the emotional response following the high-intensity scenes that makes them so effective. Stuff doesn't just happen, it happens to the characters. The other thing this demonstrates, Trails is a very sincere game at its core. Estelle might try to play things off when Joshua is genuine, but she's clearly embarrassed in the moment. She then tries to counteract that by being genuine with Joshua. When Chloe gets upset to the point of shock that the orphanage is being attacked for the 50th time, Estelle immediately tries to cheer her up, giving her a hug and letting her know that she's there. Estelle cares. Chloe seems very passive when we first meet her, but when the people she cares about are being threatened, she takes up arms. How dare these people do this? That's why it feels good to see Tita get back up again, and to see that she isn't hurt. Unlike Agato, who doesn't look so good. That bullet was definitely poisoned. Zin casually shows up just in time to carry him to the clinic, and so he can be seen chatting up Kilika at the Bracer Guild. This simple conversation conveys so much about their relationship. Knowing the world building, the most likely place that has effective medicine against an unknown toxin is going to be the church, but they don't have anything specific. What they do have is something that can boost his immune system to fight it. The only problem is that it requires an ingredient that's extremely dangerous to acquire. Tita doesn't care. She desperately wants to get the medicine to stop Agato from dying of a deadly neurotoxin. This is a trope. It's just a MacGuffin to save a character that saved her life, but there's a good emotional foundation to the trope. I'll save the trope tangent for much later though. The boss fight guarding the thing is actually kinda hard, even with Zen being super over-leveled. As expected, Zen is a big tanky physical attacker that has a punch that can inflict confuse. Thank God I had Earth Wall. Please abuse this if you are struggling. This is the scene where we see medicine being made that I spoiled earlier. Everyone agrees to take shifts to watch over Agato while he recovers. In the middle of Tita's shift, Agato half wakes up in a state of delirium, looks at Tita, and whispers,
Mishaが兄ちゃんがついている
Agato then died off screen. Nah, of course he got better. Zen's going to the capital. Something see you in Baldur's Gate. At least the Agato situation has passed, but there's still the whole Professor Russell being kidnapped situation. That might be a bit important. Kilika takes a moment and casually mentions that there's a change in the wind. The army hasn't replied with anything about the terrorists after they took Dorothy's photo quartz. In fact, they aren't saying anything at all. Dorothy drops in on cue and says she went to Leaston Fortress directly, and they still refuse to give the photo back to her. Before they escorted her off the premises, she was able to sneak another picture. See? What the hell is that? That's the airship that the people in black suits used. But why? There's no way to know for sure, but they might be able to get a response out of the army if they go there themselves. Kilika likes the idea. They won't be able to brush off photographic evidence that they shove in their face. After a quick screen transition, they manage to get an audience with Major Sid. His response to the incriminating photo? This is something that they'll have to look into. Joshua's not happy with that. Where's the intelligence division? I thought they were here. Nope, they aren't here right now. As they turn to leave, the gate doesn't quite close. It's as if the orbital engine is having some interference. It's not exactly subtle by this point. The army has kidnapped the professor. It would explain everything. But Estelle should probably keep it down again. Is this a major character flaw? I don't really think so. I think being angry at obvious foul play is a virtue. Alright, it's finally that time. Foreshadowing Segment 1. Yes, there are going to be more of these. Joshua and Estelle go back to the guild and Kilika concludes that this is the smoking gun. How this conspiracy is foreshadowed is sick. First, we track Cassius, who isn't one of the hostages, but the intelligence division shows up and solves the problem that the army couldn't. However, we also know that there is a mole in the army. Kyle let that one slip because he figured that the army would show up later than they did. General Morgan doesn't like the intelligence division meddling, but clearly has to defer to them with their results. The black orbiment was supposed to be delivered to Cassius, but whoever sent it didn't want other parties involved. In Rouen, it turns out that the mayor is trying to extort funds for his own gain, and the problem is solved by the royal guards, who are very clearly contacted by Chloe. But who shows up to save the day when the guild contacts the army? The intelligence division once again. Colonel Richard has been very agreeable in all of his appearances. The fact that they dealt with General Morgan blocking everything first made it even easier to trust him. However, he could very easily be putting on a front. We've already seen many other villains put on a facade multiple times throughout the journey. If he truly is the mastermind, he could set it up to make the current military look incompetent and the intelligence division look better. Being pro-Bracer publicly is good because people like the Bracers. It makes the intelligence division have even better optics, and Richard knows he can take advantage of Morgan's biases. It would also help the Bracers from getting too suspicious of his actions and investigating. The men in black suits make it abundantly clear that avoiding the Bracers' involvement was their biggest concern. It would also explain why Richard took Dorothy and Niall with him when he solved the hostage crisis, because it gives him good press. He leverages the fact that they want a big scoop. The rank-and-file army already looks incompetent, but if they can frame the royal guardsmen as well, then they have all the pieces they need to dismantle all the other parts of the army. Richard's been abusing plausible deniability for every action he takes since the beginning of the game. The only thing he didn't know was where the black orbiment went. Once the professor's experiment goes wrong and the phenomena occurs, it becomes obvious. At that point, they can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Kidnap the professor, get back the black orbiment, and frame the royal guard. With the professor, the black orbiment could be controlled. That could shut down all orbital weapons in an area to do whatever it is they want. Smell that? Smells like a coup d'etat to me. What an incredibly good revelation. The fact that every major incident on this journey is secretly part of a giant conspiracy rocks. What originally seems like a bunch of separate stories is all part of a greater narrative. It was such a joy on replay to notice how many details I easily brushed off at first. Or maybe I'm just dumb. The game was once again never intended to be run at this resolution. This is the first time I'm pointing out a character's model being loaded in when it was clearly meant to be off screen. The conclusions are undeniable at this point. Murdoch is flabbergasted. They've always had a great relationship with the army. When picking up the gas engine earlier, we heard the exact same sentiment from the maintenance chief. But this is no longer the army that they know. Everything's being run by one person. Agato is supposed to be resting some more, but he's insisting that he's fine. Tita's not happy about the prospect of him hurting himself again, so he says, "Fine, I won't push it too far." Oh, it's over for Mr. Tough Guy. He can't bear to make Tita upset anymore. The plan is simple: break into Leaston Fortress and rescue Professor Russell. However, this puts them all into a bit of a bind. The professor isn't kidnapped by terrorists, he's kidnapped by the government. The Bracers aren't allowed to interfere with government matters, even of the conspiracy kind. Well, that's only half true. Kilika shows them that there is an intentional loophole in the Bracer rules. The Bracers can't interfere with government matters, but their first responsibility is to the citizens. Professor Russell is a citizen, so rescuing him would supersede the need for non-intervention. But they would still need a formal request from somebody to rescue him, as if they needed to ask. So how are they gonna break in? Estelle has an idea. The central factory delivers cargo to the fortress all the time. With their help, they could sneak them in. That does seem like an obvious way to infiltrate the base. That's why they use bioscanners on the cargo as a precaution. Wait a minute. Professor Russell inventing a way to bypass bioscanners wasn't just an eccentric act earlier. It has plot significance right now? That's so dumb. I love it. Kilika makes it clear that what she's about to show them is strictly confidential. The layout of Leaston Fortress. What? Kilika puts it this way. The Bracer Guild has ways to get information and is much more complex than it appears on the surface. Estelle would do her best to remember that. Also, they still have a good relationship with the army and Liberal, relative to even the other countries. They're not going to risk ruining that. Agato says that's fine, but if he sees the black suits, they're going to get the business end of his sword. Kilika says it's fine as long as he doesn't take any lives. Yep, it's getting real. Legally speaking, Estelle and Joshua shouldn't be on this case as junior bracers. But Kilika's going to put her neck on the line for them. Tita's going to put her neck on the line too. Agato objects, but Estelle shoots him down. Tita's the only one who can operate the bioblocker. She has to come with them. Agato then goes back to his usual shtick about how kids shouldn't get involved. Estelle understands. It's not like she's super happy to do this, but they're just going to have to keep Tita safe. It's what bracers do. Besides, bracers aren't the only one who want to protect people. Agato relents only because he has no other choice. Please appreciate the animation of the ship moving. As they fly away, Dorothy runs into frame but wasn't able to make it in time to tell them that some of the royal guards have just been arrested for treason in the capital. Looks like things are in motion and not just the airship. On the deck, Joshua and Estelle are putting things together like I just did. Tita is excitedly doing orbital maintenance. Adorable. Agato is once again asking Tita to stay behind. Okay, it's not like that. Isn't this mission terrifying? Wouldn't she want to stay behind? It is true that she's scared, but having all of them here to support her makes it less scary than going alone. Maybe that's a little stupid. A little? Try incredibly. Incredibly cheesy, but I can't help but smile. Tita has to ask though, who is Misha? Agato accidentally called her that in his delirium. It's not some big secret. She's his little sister. They would have been around the same age. He only visits about once a year, so Misha probably wants him around more. Maybe he could if he was more reliable. They could not tease this development anymore. Mission objective: infiltrate Leaston Fortress and rescue Professor Russell. Optional: get the world's first computer back too. Sample 2 seconds of Metal Gear Solid music to avoid copyright. They all cram into a box. Major Sid thanks Gustav for the rushed order and says that this whole incident should be resolved in 3 to 4 days. They still have to scan everything though. Oh no! Nah, it's just a cat. Must have snuck in when nobody was looking. Oh, that's clever. It's all part of the plan to distract them from the real infiltration. With some eavesdropping, it's clear that not everyone in the army is on board, but they have to follow orders. Please fill out this form for where to go to get bonus BP. Sneaking in trails in the sky is about as clunky as expected, but I give them points for trying. Well, it's not exactly hard to find Professor Russell. He's done it. He found a way to control this so-called gospel. Hard to believe a man who worked with Cassius Bright would do such a thing like this, let alone have a source for it. Richard doesn't plan to keep Russell here forever. He will be free to go in just a few days. Then he can decide if he wants to help his cause. Professor Russell couldn't care less. Then Amalthea says it would be a shame if something happened to his granddaughter. In retrospect, taking Tita along with them might have been the safer option. Richard claims that his subordinate is merely joking, however, that's just a bit of dramatic irony. Lieutenant Lawrence finally makes his appearance. He says the White Wings were caught in the net just as planned. After they leave, Sid tries to be nice, claiming that the army is being taken over by an unknown organization. I don't think Russell wants to listen to this drivel. Simply perform an inverse stealth kill. Hello, Grandpa. It's jailbreak time. Russell says Estelle really is her father's daughter. No lick of common sense between either of them. Time to grab the computer and go. There's no time to chat, especially with the alarm going off. The original exit strategy's not going to work anymore. Maybe this basement has an escape route. Nope, it's just the Sky Bandits. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. They're just gonna have to trust him at this point. Major Sid doesn't claim to be innocent. All the higher-ups in the army were given an ultimatum of obeying Richard or being imprisoned. Morgan's already in a cell at Hocken Gate. Is the army's structure really that fragile? It's been this way ever since the war ended. The top brass have been taking bribes and corruption runs deep. Most of the rank and file no longer believe in their superior officers. The stage was set for someone like Richard to take over. But couldn't the Queen do something about this? Unfortunately, she's been radio silent, and the royal guards are currently being arrested for treason. Sid didn't want to participate, but the only way he could potentially help is by complying so that he didn't end up in jail. Guess this is his moment. This escape hatch will let them out. This act alone will put him in jail for 10 years if he's caught, but if the law doesn't forgive him, maybe Idios will. Sid tells Estelle and Joshua he figured they would pull this kind of stunt once he met them. After all, they are Colonel Cassius's kids. Time to go. The fact that they're currently searching inside the base is the perfect cover to escape on boat. Estelle promises to keep Tita safe, but Agato tells them to fall back. Not for personal reasons this time, though. Agato, Professor Russell, and Tita are all known by the intelligence division at this point, while Estelle and Joshua are not. As long as we ignore those two dudes who clearly saw them earlier, they can help the case while the rest of them go into hiding. It's easier to lay low with less people anyway. Estelle really doesn't want to do this, so Professor Russell makes a request. Tell the Queen what's happening. Richard didn't get that so-called gospel from nowhere. Before they can leave, Tita also has to give a hug. Meanwhile, Chloe and Lieutenant Schwartz are fleeing an unknown threat. Tonally, this game is pretty serious most of the time, but that's just a cover. Julia Schwartz gets surrounded by 5 dogs and 3 men and says, "Let me go on record. I love campy anime bullshit. But what makes this work, though, isn't just the camp. She's putting herself at risk to save Chloe, someone who's clearly important to her." Well, her sacrifice might be in vain, because the intelligence division is riding around in broad daylight.
いや、珍しいところで会うものだな。
Improper shadow drawing. They're kidnapping the princess, or whatever Chloe is, I really can't tell. If only someone could poetically describe this situation while looking out a window dramatically. Oh, I'm glad Olivier is back. The man they've been tracking this whole time was last seen at a bracer guild in Erebonia. There's been a string of attacks against them in the country, and he's been investigating. Armed forces were suspected at first, but it's likely someone hired Jaegers for the job. In other words, Olivier's been on a wild goose chase this entire time. The man he's looking for is not in Liberal. He should probably go back to the Empire's capital because things are really picking up around here. But if he did, he would miss the fun. The lead might be gone, but his understudies are here. It's time. Time for some payoff. Chapter Finale. I like that it doesn't have a number. Estelle and Joshua get their expected recommendation from Kilika. Estelle is truly downplaying her achievements at this point. I can't imagine the Estelle from the beginning of the game pulling off an infiltration of a military base. Given Kilika's intuition, she wouldn't have put her neck on the line if she didn't think they could do it. Given the circumstances, Joshua wonders if it's safe to leave for Gransel. Kilika says it'll be fine. The intelligence division has no reason to suspect them. They are going to do a thorough investigation of the factory as soon as possible, so it's best for them to skip town immediately. For the first time in their journey, they can travel by air and not by foot. Not just because they're getting comped, but because it's also the fastest. But the flight is going to be late. Why? Because the army has grounded all the flights while they investigate terrorist activities. Guess they're gonna have to go by foot anyway, especially since the intelligence division is already here. On the way through the checkpoint, Estelle stammers and mumbles her way through a sentence about eating with Joshua and talking about something. Isn't that what they always do? She's not upset at all by Joshua's comment. Don't worry, Joshua, she'll figure it out eventually. The soldier at the gate asks if they're going to see the martial arts competition in Gransel. That's a thing? It is, but he can't let them through because they are bracers. Why? Some terrorists are posing as bracers. They have been ordered to investigate anyone who claims to be one. Luckily for them, Professor Alba once again shows up to bail them out. He hired them as an escort after all. Joshua is obviously more quick on the uptake than Estelle. Those two did such a good job playing along, she thought she forgot something. Is this gaslighting? No. Thanks to Alba, they are now in the clear, except another group of soldiers patrolling the streets walk by and ask them what they're doing. Didn't they see the ordinance in Gransel? Well, they are travelers, so no, they didn't. They find it hard to believe that anyone would be walking out here on the mixed-use paths, given the recent terrorist activity, but they can keep moving. Whatever they do, go straight to the capital and make sure they stay the hell away from the royal villa. It's dangerous and off-limits. They'll keep that in mind. But Estelle thinks they're just calling bracers in the Royal Guard terrorists because hey, maybe not in front of the guy who doesn't know about this. Hearing the same theme from the school again, after everything they've been through, has a certain charm to it, as if there's a small sense of peace in the midst of all the chaos. Makes sense to check in at the Bracer Guild first after ditching the professor. Karna and her crew is also here, which consists of Annalise, wife. All she does is wear cute bow and swing sword, wife. It's cute that it's possible to have seen all of them working in the field throughout the adventure by exploring, which I did not draw any attention to in this video. Estelle and Joshua give a rundown of everything to Elnon. It's a lot for him to take in, but it does make everything fall into place. He starts to kick himself a bit because he's been sympathetic to Richard this entire time. That makes 3 of them. In fact, basically all citizens like Richard, especially after his recent accomplishments. They now know they were staged, but nobody would believe them if they told them. A neat detail that may or may not be intentional, there are no requests on the board in Gransel when you first arrive there. It creates the atmosphere that it's the finale and it's time to take things seriously. Except there will be a couple of monster kill requests that come up later. Normally, a letter of recommendation would get them in the castle, but with how things are going with the intelligence division, that's not going to work this time. They might be able to get some information out of the guards if they play their cards right. Don't lie, simply don't tell the truth. Bask in the glory of this 3D model. Hello, soldiers. They're just here to sightsee. They really want to see the inside of the castle. Sorry, but with the terrorist activity, nobody's allowed in. Damn, Estelle always dreamed of seeing the Queen. Well, the Queen should greet everyone at the end of the festival. However, she's been sick as of late, so she hasn't gone out in public recently. Hard to believe all those royal guards were terrorists, too. Julia Schwartz is so nice and caring and hot. Joshua expresses some concern. If Her Majesty is out sick, who's running the country? Don't worry, it's just some other royal family member who's more of a figurehead. No, it's not going to be Duke. Dear God, it really is all connected. The Duke is late to watch the martial arts competition due to drinking too much last night. How charming. Regardless, it's clear that Richard is the one calling the shots. The Duke is just his puppet. In order to keep an eye on him, they check out the tournament. Look at the incredibly detailed scripted battles. It's cute what Falcom does with their lack of resources. So Zin murders 4 men by himself in cold blood. Was he holding back in the cave? With the preliminaries concluded, Duke Dunan announces that the winner will not only get a cash prize, but will also get an invite to dine at the royal castle. As nice as that sounds, the Queen will not be in attendance due to her illness. Well, isn't that convenient? Karna's team is competing in the tournament. It sucks that Estelle and Joshua won't be able to talk to the Queen themselves, but they can't look a gift horse in the mouth. If they can get her team to win, the Bracers will have a way into the castle. Or I guess Zin could be an in for them as well. Why was he fighting alone? Because the Duke changed it from 1v1 to 4v4 at the last minute, and Zin was caught with his pants down. If only he had other teammates that he worked with previously to help him. Ha! It was relevant that they worked with him in the previous chapter. Nothing in this game is random. I wonder if Estelle's gonna be happy about this opportunity. You can't tell her no after that, Joshua. All they gotta do is find him. He usually hangs out at the local bar. There's only one person in this game that we've heard improvise on an instrument like that. It's him, the man who drank 500,000 mira worth of alcohol and died from the cheap stuff. I can't believe Estelle almost thought he was normal with that performance. Anyhow, I thought he was touring the country with Scheherazade. Well, he was with her about a month ago, but the spirit of wanderlust that coursed through his veins took over and he had to leave. He had to pull away a weeping darling Shera to protect her from being swept away into this blazing, dazzling wonder. Yeah, more like he got drank under the table every night and ran away. Something tells me he probably tried to drink with Aina.
やだな。そんな名前の人なんか見たことも聞いたこともないよ。
Well, I'm convinced after that.
穏やかに微笑みながら注ぎ込むのはやめて。
I understand your pain, Olivier. They make a lot of hot, evil women. So, has he seen a massive dude named Zin? Yes, but not today. He's probably at the Calverdian embassy. He really thinks he can just tag along again. Surely, unless Estelle wants to be alone with Joshua. Audible gasp. Estelle will be a woman to be reckoned with when she's older. You know it's not legal to hit people no matter how mad they make you, Estelle. But when they get to the embassy, Zin isn't there. He's taking a nice relaxing stroll through the monster-infested path that's off limits. Oh no, a church sister is in danger in Lego City. Never fear. I equipped the Grail Locket on Estelle so she's immune to all status. The nun is at a loss for words. She was looking for medicine but didn't take an escort. The world building remains consistent, but the number of monsters doesn't. Thank God Zin is here to save the day. Hey Joshua, who's this hot lady? With that taken care of, the suits have made an appearance again to accuse everyone of being a terrorist. These guys are a real pain in the ass. I take it that their escort offer back to the capital isn't so much of a suggestion. After all, mouthing off to the wrong people can be dangerous. Who the hell do they think they are? Zin has no problem adding them to his team, but that puts them at 3. They would still need a 4th. If only there was a super handsome man with combat experience who could help them. Impeccable timing. Olivier, do you happen to have a lot of time on your hands? He is bored and he wants to eat at the castle. That's his character motive for participating. 10 out of 10. But Zin, you haven't even seen him fight. Nah, he knows a trained marksman when he sees one. Olivier's stance and eye movements are that of a pro. I fucking love this anime trope. I saw your stance and I know you're a bad motherfucker. That never gets old. Makes it clear that Zin is a combat veteran, and Olivier's demeanor betrays his mastery. It's now late enough to check into the fancy schmancy hotel. Estelle excitedly shows Joshua the view. Man, I love Estelle. Now that they're alone, Joshua finally asks why Estelle has been acting so strange lately. He reminds her that he'll listen to her if she needs someone to talk to, even if he's not as dependable as Dad. Estelle lets out a sigh. For such a smart guy, he can be kind of oblivious sometimes, but he doesn't need to worry. It's nothing bad. She'll explain everything when the time is right. Now that it's the morning and everyone is here, I would like to point out the detail that if you check back in at the Bracer Guild, Estelle remembers that Chloe said she would like to meet up with them, so she wonders if she called the guild. Too bad, there is no Chloe on the records. Finishing up the paperwork, Olivier puts down his occupation as Wandering Lyric, Troubadour Extraordinaire, Ambassador of Peace and Hearts Most Fair. She can feel free to throw that out. Their opponents get to show up and smack talk a little bit before the match. Wait, who are these guys again? Oh yeah, the Ravens. Nah, Estelle's just messing with them. How could she forget? Damn, they're in an official tournament? They must have gone through some special training beforehand then. Here she thought they were just a bunch of amateurs. Absolutely roasted. Well, may the best team win. Estelle's ability to emotionally cripple her enemies and still remain morally superior is unparalleled. Now to talk to every single person in the waiting room. The power of freeze and confusion are unmatched. Let me explain a fundamental, objectively true, universal game design principle. Me when I inflict a fucked up status on my enemy. Me when an enemy inflicts a fucked up status on me. Also, the Sky Bandits are participating in the tournament arc. Oh my god, that's why the Duke changed it to 4v4 at the last second, just so they could participate and make it more thrilling. It's a martial arts competition, so cannons are legal. The Spec Ops completely obliterate their opponents, especially that Lieutenant Lawrence guy. Joshua continues to freak out at the sight of him, especially after noting his fighting style. I wonder if this means something. The Ravens give them a key to the sewers as a reluctant gift. Don't misunderstand, it's not like they like them or anything. It'll just help them train up before the rest of the bracket. Estelle reports back to the guild to say that the Spec Ops unit is going to be an uphill battle. That lieutenant is practically inhuman. If only they knew his weakness, but the guild has no information on him. Given the Bracer Guild had information on the layout of a military base, the intelligence division is very good at keeping things secret. If only they could run into Niall at the hotel. He wanted to get a story about the tournament, and you would not believe who just entered for him. Unfortunately, they don't know any more than the average person does. But they'll talk it over some coffee anyway. Coffee at night? Could not be me unless it's decaf. Niall reports that they have no confirmation the Queen is actually sick after the royal guards turned out all to be terrorists. He's looking for intel that hasn't been cleaned up by the army. So much for the liberal news. Niall's a bit pissed because Richard wasn't super popular until they ran that article about the hostage crisis. He's been played like a fool too. This part of the game is a clever way to restate all the major plot points for anyone who wasn't listening at home. Sucks to be Niall, none of this information is going to be able to make it into the news. The army wouldn't let it fly. Although now isn't the time to worry about scoops. This is much bigger than that. He does have some extra sources out of the reach of the Bracers. So what do they want to know? There's a few things. What is the army doing? Are all the royal guards imprisoned? Where is General Morgan currently being held? And Joshua adds that they want to know about the heads of the intelligence division. Richard, Amalthea, and Lawrence. Okay, Niall will figure out what he can and check back in again with them tomorrow. Now, when Trails tells you to grind, it's time to grind. Olivier is a character with a single line like Chloe, but with less restrictions, and the ones that he does have are things that you were likely to slot anyway, making Olivier one of the best spellcasters in terms of move pool. Bonus points to Trails, most of the spellcaster characters don't use staves. For now. I like that Chloe uses a rapier and Olivier a gun despite having very deep art move pools. There's a ton of level 3 gems that can be obtained at this point in the game, or straight up purchased with Sepith. This isn't the absolute best grinding spot yet, because surprise surprise, another one will be unlocked later, but it's a good idea to stock up a bit before the final dungeons. Dorothy shows up at the tournament. Short time no see. Maybe they shouldn't talk about the Zeiss incident in front of a bunch of people who are not involved. Why is she here? Well, she was working on the big case, but Niall told her to cover the tournament instead. Wait a minute. This means that Niall's looking out for Dorothy while he does some dangerous investigations by giving her a mundane story to cover instead. The writing continues to be consistently clever. Of course they have to meet with the Sky Bandits before the next match. What game do you think we're playing? Calm down with the rigid gender norms there, Josette. What would Jill think? The bandits took the job because they will get a reduced sentence if they manage to win. But most importantly, those Spec Ops guys sold them out. They're here for revenge. In other words, they got played too. It's almost pitiable. Well, Estelle owes them one. They covered for her and Joshua when they snuck into the fortress. They might have been enemies, but you know what they say. We hate them more than we hate you, so we decided to help you out. You heard nothing, Olivier. It's Team 3 Bracers and 1 Genius Musician versus Team 4 Senior Bracers. Who will win? The player characters, of course. Definitely not because of an insanely lucky dodge when I needed it, and stacking up all of the S breaks before the battle. Kurt will full res his party with 500 HP if he's not taken down first. I'd make sure to use the tactical nukes on him when he's low. Josette decides to go full tsundere after the battle. Hopefully they don't get the floor mopped with themselves against the intelligence division. Lawrence taunts them with the fact that the Sky Bandits were once a royal family who got scammed out of their land. Don't talk shit if you can't back it up. Except Lawrence absolutely can. Don't worry, Estelle will avenge them tomorrow. Day's over. Time to check in with Niall. What did he find out? Richard graduated at the top of his class in the Navy SEALs and has over 300. He worked alongside Cassius Bright in the 100 Days War. Promoted following Cassius's retirement. Proposed the intelligence division and was approved by the Queen and made its leader. Amalthea. Graduated with top marks as well and was scouted by the intelligence division. Richard made her his right hand a long time ago, so she's incredibly loyal. Lawrence. Age and origin unknown. Was a member of Jester, a group of Jaegers, which are this universe's mercenaries, who was recruited by Richard. There really is nothing else on him. The last tidbit, Kanone Amalthea and Julia Schwartz were in the same class. Julia is the one with combat skills, and Kanone is the one with the brains. Lastly, have they heard of Princess Claudia? She's a bit unknown, but she is the direct descendant of the Queen. She was orphaned when her parents died and spent most of her time in the royal keep. Recently, someone's been trying to find her marriage candidates. She's only 16? Gross. That's besides the point of the investigation, though. Who's the one that's trying to marry her off? It's gotta be Richard. But why? Well, they can find out if they make it to the dinner party. Niall gets an urgent call, and that's that. Reporting back in at the guild, Elnon mentions that the Bracers and Jaegers are essentially rival organizations. The Bracers have their non-interference clause and exist to help the citizens, while Jaegers, on the other hand, will do just about anything for money and have absolutely no morals. If anything, they revel in doing dirty work for governments. The only other important tidbit, a member of Erebonia's royal family will be visiting soon. That might have something to do with the arranged marriage we just heard of. Elnon gives them another key for some more grinding in the sewers. Going outside, turns out there is now a curfew in effect. Sorry, terrorist activity. Joshua knows how to keep up appearances, but the army is only getting more active. However, it doesn't seem like the ground soldiers know what is actually going on. When they get back to their room, something's off. Joshua can feel it and tells Estelle to be ready for a fight. No questions, just do what he says. As they bust into the room, there's nobody here. The window is open and on the ground lies a letter. Meet at the cathedral, don't tell anyone. It is suspicious and it is late, but maybe it's important. Joshua insists that he goes alone to make it easier to sneak around. Oi, Joshua. Estelle isn't going to slow him down. That's not what he meant. Look, she can tell he's worried about her, but there's clearly something else he's not telling her. Joshua's taken aback. How can Estelle tell? I don't know, Chief. I think the emotional outbursts are really easy to pick up on. It's like Estelle always says. She knows him better than anyone else. Joshua lets her come along, but on the condition that if things go wrong, she'll do exactly what he says. One mistake could be lethal. Stealth segment, stealth segment, stealth segment. A couple fun facts. There are unlimited retries for this, and it gets easier on each failure because less soldiers will be patrolling around. Doing it without getting caught at all will give the maximum BP bonus. The other fun fact, there's a secret chapter that can be obtained by going out of the way to go all the way to the airport. I would play some Metal Gear music here, but that stuff is content ID'd to high hell and back, which is why I must thank Falcom for letting their soundtracks be used openly. Please do not change your position. When they get to the cathedral, they are greeted by the nun that they saved in the forest. That's because it's been Julia Schwartz in disguise this entire time. She really did fend off all those dudes by herself. This begs a good question though. Why did she scream when those monsters showed up on the path? Was she signaling to someone, or was this twist perhaps a little poorly executed at some points? As far as why she's able to hide here, the royal family and church have always worked together, so they were more than willing to help her. The reason why she called them here is to make a request to the bracers. They need to talk to the queen. Little did she know, they were already planning on doing that. Julia looks down in shame as she laments about having to ask for help. She failed to protect her majesty by letting herself be deceived by Richard. Pathetic, isn't it? Well, shit happens sometimes. But this letter she gives them will get the headmaid Hilda on their side. She can help them meet the queen once they are inside the castle. Julia knows they can do it. After all, they are the kids of Colonel Cassius, also known as a divine blade. The small amount of training she did under him is what made her so strong. Estelle lets out a gasp. Divine blade? Her father has never used anything other than a staff for as long as she can remember. Julia's tone becomes somber. Cassius gave up the sword when he became a bracer. His goal was never to kill on the battlefield. He must have felt the staff was better suited for him. The door erupts into a banging. The army is here to sweep the building. Guess someone's already onto them. Julia quickly disguises herself and rushes Estelle and Joshua out the back. It's a perfect night to sit on a bench because most of the patrols have stopped as of 2 seconds ago. Joshua did not expect Julia Schwartz to be the one who summoned them. So who did he think it was? Someone that he knew in the past? Joshua goes quiet again. Oh, that's right. Estelle won't ask about his past until he's ready to talk about it. She just kind of forgets that sometimes. Joshua thinks for a second and says that Estelle has gotten much stronger over this journey. Coming from Joshua, that means a lot. Sometimes he forgets that every person they meet has their own story, their own path that they walk, or perhaps their own trail. People don't act randomly. They have some kind of reason. When he reminds himself of that, he feels like he can reclaim parts of himself.
Yoshua?
Or maybe he's just tricking himself into thinking he can change the past. No matter what happens, he is grateful that he has someone with him now. When this incident is finally over, he will tell Estelle everything.
Yosh, kimeta.
That's all she needed. Estelle's pumped to solve this case now. Really? Just so they can have a talk? Absolutely. Those Spec Op losers aren't going to get in Estelle's way of hearing Joshua's backstory. You really are your father's daughter. Somehow, I think everything's gonna work out tomorrow. There's still a bunch of time to kill before the match. That's the game's way of non-verbally communicating to talk to every single NPC in the area. Kurt does not look too good. He's having a flashback to a mission that he screwed up a few months ago. Physically, he's fine, but he still has a gaping hole in his memory. That's concerning, but he says not to worry about it. Professor Alba is also in the audience nearby. Guess someone paid for his ticket because he sure as hell doesn't have money for it. When Estelle and Joshua get back to the lobby, they see Mayor Klaus. This serves as a nice reminder for how far they've come. He was going to attend the Queen's birthday ceremony anyway, but a woman from the intelligence division invited him to the dinner. So that's why she's been flying all over. The dinner party is shaping up to be more important than they first thought. Final tournament match time. Shit's about to get real, but don't worry, they cover their faces because they are cowards. I'll have you know, I am considered very attractive to women. Yeah, I'm sure you are, buddy. Joshua and the man that he's been interested in have a strange conversation, but the fight starts. Chaos Brand, Chaos Brand, Chaos Brand. Lawrence by himself is actually quite an annoying battle. He will cast Earthguard on himself, which is irritating to deal with, and he also has super fast heals and can clone himself. Estelle should have Barrage at this point for her S-Craft, which does insane damage even without investment. It's good to try to finish him off with it before he can repeatedly start cloning himself and healing himself and Earthguarding himself, and I fucking hate this guy. The heroes have triumphed. It was not an easy task, but they get to have a fancy dinner at the castle. And I guess try to meet the Queen too. How could Lawrence lose? Simple. Richard told him to hold back. He didn't want their full strength on display, and this actually works to their advantage. Besides, Richard doesn't even think he could beat Lawrence if they were going all out. The only one who stands a chance right now would be him. Clearly referring to Cassius. Amalthea says it's a bad idea to let that man's kids into the castle, but Richard states it's too late for the Bracer Guild to do anything meaningful. It's time to walk across town nice and lackadaisical. I wonder if this is Olivier's handler. Mueller introduces himself. He's the military commander appointed to the Erebonian embassy, and he's known this whack job for a long time. He appears to be causing them trouble. Actually, he was rather helpful in the tournament. Wait, did he keep his participation secret from the embassy? No, he didn't lie. He simply didn't tell them the truth. He must go back to the embassy at once. But that delicious food is waiting. Too bad he's going to have to miss it. Hey, that's not fair. Olivier won his spot like everyone else. Sure, but Mueller asks everyone to imagine a big important dinner with every major politician in the Liberal Kingdom in attendance, and then there's this idiot with his big mouth. Then they find out that said idiot is from Erebonia. Sorry, Olivier. Looks like you're gonna have to take one for the team. I like how the first thing everyone says when they see Zin for the first time is that he's huge. Yeah, open sesame or whatever they say. The castle is famous for never falling even during the war, because it's impregnable. That means it can't get pregnant. Nothing more appealing than being greeted by the CIA after entering the castle. This proves that Zin flirts with every woman he sees. Amalthea tries to get a reaction out of them by saying that unfortunately, the Zeiss incident hasn't been resolved because the professor was kidnapped again. They wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would they? Joshua, pass the speech check for Estelle, please. Highly recommend checking in with all of the town leaders that they met throughout the journey. I always want to say hi to Maybelle anyway. These special ops soldiers guarding the Queen's chamber only make me feel safer. Damn. Does the princess stay here too? Looks like she normally does, but this guy isn't very tight-lipped. These unkempt bracers don't deserve to be here. Oh, this woman certainly knows how to put people in their place. I can only assume that she's the head maid Hilda. After giving her the letter, she is more than sympathetic to their cause. Only a few people are allowed into the royal keep, so she's going to have to come up with something. But they should be able to sneak in after dinner. Dinner time. Estelle doesn't understand fine dining. That's what I like to call consistent characterization. Just eat everything with your hands, Estelle. It'll probably work out. They basically know everyone here anyway. Mabel uses her racial profiling skills to deduce that Zin should be eating with chopsticks. Is this observation considered legal because the game is made in Japan? It's okay. Zin is educated in the use of Western utensils. He is a man of many talents, including using a fork. Greetings, everyone. The man of the hour has arrived. That Duke guy and Colonel Dickwad. I have never tasted PNGs this delicious in my life. Estelle likes it so much that it's more worthy of being associated with the royal family than the one who invited them. I'm starting to think the only thing she learned to do on this journey was come up with more creative insults. The time for the important announcement has arrived. The Queen is recovering, and the terrorists are going to be expelled from the country soon. Yeah, woohoo, yeah. However, the Queen's health has deteriorated enough that she plans to abdicate the throne. This comes as a shock to everyone at the table. She seemed fine not too long ago. It took all the way until now, but it's clear how Richard plans to turn the government into his puppet. Mabel objects. This seems way too important for a casual dinner. Does she not believe His Majesty's word? Mabel retorts, can they not hear it from the Queen herself? Richard explains that she will make a formal announcement at her birthday celebration. They don't want the general population to panic, which is why they want to keep the regional leaders in the loop. The abdication of the throne is going to draw the attention of the rival nations. Now is not the time to argue. Now is the time to be unified. Okay, so Richard is a highly skilled manipulator. Everyone eats it up. But the Dean does inquire about there being another heir to the throne. What about Princess Claudia? Duke Dunon's pale face goes even paler, but Richard quickly deflects this by saying the Queen said she is too young. They have several marriage prospects in mind for her instead to secure more allied countries. Zin finally speaks up. Is this really a conversation he should be listening to? Richard says that it's fine. The military embracers work closely and liberal all the time because they have such a small military force. They would have told them eventually anyway. Everything is falling into place. The only thing left to do is to go back to their room and find Hilda. Hello, Colonel Richard. He wants to have a chat with the children of Cassius Bright. How is that one surprising, Estelle? Fucking everyone in the country apparently knows who he is. It's like the most consistent thing throughout the game. Richard says he simply wants to chat in the lounge, which sets Amalthea into a frenzy. But his intentions don't seem malicious. Richard sits down and explains how he knew their father. No way. He worked directly under him during the war. Cassius was a master swordsman and a master of tactics. In other words, a man without peers. Even now, he can still remember the day they executed Cassius's plan and turned the tides of the war. Richard firmly believes that without Cassius, they would have lost. He's literally a hero, but he left immediately after the war and declined a medal from the Queen. So few people know of his achievements, except for literally every single person that we meet in the game besides Estelle. She never heard of any of this before. How come Joshua isn't caught off guard? Did he know? Yes, of course he did. What a jerk. Nobody keeps Estelle in the loop on any of this. Richard laughs softly at the sight of them fighting. Estelle begins to apologize, but it's okay. He's been worried about what happened to Cassius after he left the army. It all makes sense now. After losing his wife, being with his kids help him recover. Cassius still lives a happy life. Knowing everything about Richard's plan, it feels a bit off with how much he genuinely cares about Cassius. This makes one thing abundantly clear. Whatever Richard is plotting, he believes himself to be the good guy. Joshua says it must all be an act, but Estelle disagrees. What would he even gain by deceiving them right now? Joshua replies by saying, "Let me be the one who's mistrustful of others. You should just follow your instincts and believe whatever you think is right. That's Estelle's job. Just be prepared for anything." They finally meet up with the head maid, who also knows Cassius. See? Everyone does. He was a friend of the late prince, Claudia's dad. He passed away in a shipwreck 15 years ago. It's not the time to mourn. It's time for Estelle to put on a maid uniform and sneak right into the royal keep. See? She does like cute things. Well, she's gonna have to handle this one by herself then. What are you talking about, Joshua? You played the princess in the play. You also can put on the maid uniform. This right here is when I knew I was playing a masterpiece. You thought the cross-dressing was merely a bit? Well, you were wrong. It cleverly set up the fact that Joshua can convincingly pass as a woman so he can sneak into the royal keep with Estelle right at this moment. How big are their brains over there at the Falcom writing department? Big enough to play Final Fantasy VII? Just put the maid outfit in the bag, little bro. It's the only way to stop the coup and save the world. I always knew Estelle was cute. Now, show me Joshua. Let's go! Look at that sparkle. It's okay, Joshua. There is nothing more masculine than cross-dressing. But if this is a problem, Estelle will buy him some ice cream to make it up to him. It would be easy to get in, but the guards think they look a bit familiar. Do the guards always eye up every woman that they see? Hilda's a gem. They quickly change back into their normal clothes in what should be Claudia's room. But she's not here. Yep, it's all just a rumor. Claudia's being kept somewhere else. Enough teasing, game. It's time to meet the queen. Behold, the 26th Queen of Liberal, Alicia von Auslese. Estelle is certainly not nervous at the sight of her. Please, have a seat. With Estelle and Joshua's report, for the first time, the Queen understands everything. Professor Russell likely knew exactly what was up as well, but she didn't think that Colonel Richard knew anything. 10 years ago, there was a massive orbital reaction underneath the capital. Russell did a clandestine investigation. It's likely to be functioning remnants of the kingdom that collapsed 1200 years ago. An artifact. It's rare for them to still function, but given what they're capable of from what we've seen, something on this scale. How does this tie into the gospel? The Queen doesn't know, but that's the most likely link. Estelle says whatever it may be, it's a bracer's job to clean up these sorts of messes. That's the reaction the Queen would expect from Cassius's daughter. Everyone knows him. That's not really surprising though, given that Hilda said he was friends with the late prince. Although Cassius was apparently working under the table for her every now and again, even after he officially retired from the military. Just in case it wasn't obvious, Cassius is like the baddest motherfucker in Liberal. The Queen begins to share a tale with them. 10 years ago, a tragedy befell the southern reaches of the Erebonian Empire. She will admit the cause, but it was the pretext to the war. As soon as the war was declared, they already stormed Hakken Gate with a massive military force, likely 3 times the size of the Liberal Royal Army. The country was taken over almost in an instant, minus the capital. Calvert couldn't even respond. It was only a matter of time before Grancel fell too. But 2 months later, a miracle happened. The invention of airships. They began to take back each region one by one, crippling the Erebonian supply lines. The one who organized this plan was none other than Cassius Bright, General Morgan's right-hand man and Richard's commanding officer. But while executing his plan, Cassius lost that which was most important to him, his wife, Lena. Cassius believed himself to be responsible. It was his plan that led to her death. That's why he left the military to become a bracer, giving up the sword in the process. This is one of the few times where I feel like I understand this theme. Cassius giving up the blade in favor of the staff isn't about how taking lives is intrinsically wrong. Although, to be clear, killing people usually isn't a good thing, but it's about how it doesn't accomplish what he wants. Killing more people creates more problems that need killing. If they truly desire peace, they have to do things that actually work towards peace. This time around, Cassius swore to protect the ones closest to him.
バカよ、父さん。
It's not his fault that Mom died. The Queen agrees. It's her fault for what happened. Cassius did it all in the name of her country. She's always wanted to see Estelle so she could finally apologize to her. Estelle immediately rejects this apology. The queen has always maintained peace since the war ended. The same peace that her father fought for. The same peace that all those soldiers fought for. The same peace her mother died for. So that Estelle could live in it. This responsibility is not the queen's. Another thing I appreciate a lot about Estelle as a character is this. I'm not exactly a super positive person. That was really hard to figure out. Part of the reason for this is that I have a very tainted view of optimism. Whenever I would struggle with something as a child, the optimistic people in my life would just tell me to stay positive. The reason that platitude is so infuriating is because it tries to invent positivity without addressing the core of the issue. Estelle isn't staying positive by only saying everything is okay when it's not. She addresses the problem. She finds the silver lining to keep herself going. But, as I've said repeatedly, she's not invincible. Plenty of times she gets down on herself, but she's able to bounce back. Being positive isn't about ignoring the negativity in life. It's about confronting it. There's a lot of fear characters around Estelle have about her innocence and what will happen when she sees the more ugly parts of the world. The answer? Estelle crawls through a tunnel of shit and comes out the other side saying, "Clean, not a spot on me." The queen breaks into a big smile. No other words could make her any happier, which is why she must request that Estelle backs out of this mission. If something happened to her, Cassius would never recover. If Joshua could interject, the peace that everyone fought for so hard hangs on by just a thread. If they back out now, there might not be a peace they can return to. Estelle concurs. They've been everywhere on their journey. They got all that work from Cassius when he left town, then they found the package, and then they went to Zeiss. It's as if he's been guiding them this whole time. That's why Estelle wants to keep fighting, to protect the peace of everyone they've met along the way, so everyone they care about can keep living their carefree lives. That's it. We're gonna have to put Estelle into the wife tier. Go off, queen. I mean, not to be confused with the real queen.
本当にあの子の言う通りだったわね。
The queen makes a request. They need to save the hostages from the royal villa, in particular, her granddaughter. This whole thing kicked off when she planned to back Claudia as the heir to the throne. Technically, her nephew should be next in line, but he possesses a considerable number of character flaws. That's a polite way to put it. Long story short, Claudia's the one for the job. Estelle hasn't met her, but the queen's judgment is probably right. No matter the era, there are people who will object to a woman in power. Couple this with the recent invasion, and many will perceive two queens in a row as a sign of weakness. In some ways, it's not surprising that people like Richard fell into his mindset. His plan is to prop up Dunan as the king and run a military state in the background. The queen adds that he's not doing this out of malice, but out of love for his country. Richard wants to protect the kingdom as much, no, probably more so than anyone else. But the army isn't the only thing that protects this land. Defending a nation goes hand in hand with cultural exchange and trade with other nations to the benefit of everyone. Richard believes this notion to be foolish and womanly idealistic, so he demanded her to abdicate the throne in exchange for Claudia's safe return. He's taken many people hostage for the sake of threatening all other powerful people in the country. She may be the queen, and her duty is still to her people, but she can't bring herself to sacrifice her only granddaughter. They understand. A little selfishness here and there isn't a bad thing. They will save everyone who's imprisoned.
ありがとう。
Put the maid outfit back on, Joshua. All they have to do is sneak out again. But the guards want to know their names. Lena. Joshua uses the name Karin. What a pretty name. Oh my god, they're still trying to hit on them? Deploy the cock-blocking techniques, Hilda. Oh no, it's the Duke. And he's wasted! Philip takes one look at them and definitely knows what's up, but is playing it off. The Duke demands that Estelle attends to him tonight. Estelle, it is not tea that man is asking for. Yeah, whatever, Mr. Schrodinger's douchebag. This guy fucking sucks. Estelle doesn't understand exactly what that request entails. Hilda, please enlighten her for her own sake. Overall, mission accomplished. But this bitch is getting in the way again. Richard's not here to bail them out this time, but Zin is. Oh god, he's wasted. Are his students causing problems? He just sent them out to find food to go with his booze. That's why they're out so late. Want to grab a drink with him? No, she's actually rather busy. Guess they'll just have to go back to their room. Ha! Zin was only pretending to be drunk. He can control the blood flow to his face to make it look like he's sloshed. That's the stupidest superpower I've ever heard of. Anyhow, Zin bailed them out because he knew they were in trouble. Are they going to spill the beans on what the Queen had to say? Damn, he's good. How did he know all of this? Easy. Cassius requested that he go to Liberal because things were heating up and he needed someone to look after his kids. Don't bail them out too much unless they really need it, is what he said. I said it before, but I do like how he's been constantly looking out for his kids. Why didn't Zin tell them that Dad was okay sooner? Because it seems like he wants to keep his whereabouts a secret. But now that they know, he's here to help on their little quest for real. Meanwhile, deep underground, it's that giant area the Queen was just talking about and some scary robots that Richard and Lawrence take out in one hit. Okay, those two are terrifying in combat. Whatever is down here will apparently lead Liberal to glory. Back at the guild, they can consider Professor Russell's request complete. Zin will be a great asset. He's an A-rank bracer, of which there are currently 20 across the entire continent. There is an unofficial S rank for those who solve an international crisis, of which there are only 4. Cassius being one. Of course, he's him. Colonel, Hidden Hero, Divine Blade, S rank bracer, but most importantly, father to one Estelle Bright. If he's so good, why doesn't he just come back and solve this crisis? Joshua gets serious at Estelle's remark. She has a point. This all kicked off with Cassius disappearing. It's almost too perfect to be just a coincidence. The enemy must have had a near-perfect understanding of Cassius's routine. However good they are, it doesn't seem like the intelligence division could pull that off. Zin calms Joshua down by saying that more than likely, it's just bad luck. It's hard to imagine that anyone could pull a fast one on Cassius. Whatever the case is, the army is about to declare martial law. They're going to have to solve this with whatever resources they have on hand. Time to go find all the bracers in town and figure out where the hostages are being held. Perfect, that's why I'm going to go talk to Niall. Except, it's just Dorothy and the editor-in-chief instead. Niall has gone missing. All flights are grounded and nobody has seen him. He must be somewhere nearby. More than likely, he tried to pry into the intelligence division's business and was arrested. Dorothy says that he was trying to talk to his contact inside of the royal villa because supposedly that's where Claudia is being held. That pretty much solves it. They've been claiming that it's a base for military operations, but really, it's just a prison. All the bracers are sympathetic to the cause, even if it's a lot to take in. Kurt is busy getting mad at a wall. After being filled in, he's surprised. The black orbment is real? Suddenly, Zin bashes Kurt against the wall without even touching him. It's a technique used to combat evil spirits. Zin exists just to add more anime camp to the story. As Kurt gets up, his mind finally starts to clear. He chased the men in black suits and took a suspicious item from them. Oh, so he's the K that was mentioned on the package. But wait, he's not the only one who had some memories erased. The bandit leader, Mayor Dalmore, and even the Ravens. It's also concerning that Julia left the church and they can't track her down. Guess the meeting's going to have to start without her. In a perfect world, they'd have a decoy team to draw attention and another group to perform the rescue. Better, they would have an ambush team to assist the decoy team and a second decoy team to assist the rescue team. But they don't have people on hand for that. Unless Julia finally shows up to assist at the perfect moment. She has manpower to spare. How did she know? Well, they have sources for communicating directly with the Queen. Perhaps a certain avian individual? Operation Save the Hostages. Everyone's ready to go. All they need is Estelle's order. Wait, her? Well, yeah. She's the one that's in charge of this mission. She got the request after all. Whether or not she realizes it, she's the de facto leader now.
これよりエルベリ宮攻略および人質救出作戦を開始する
It'd be easy to take out the rest of the royal guards.
やれるものならやってみるがいい。
Bring on the ham. They really should have known the bracers were prepared for this. Remember when I said like 20 hours ago that it would be hype to watch PNGs bounce around all over the screen? I wasn't kidding. I also hope you like fighting the same enemies a billion times over. There's a bar in the back of the villa with a barkeeper who can help. He figured something would go down when his reporter friend contacted him. Yep, that checks out. Everyone is being held in the back, but they need a key. Wouldn't want to break down the door, that would be rude. There should be a spare somewhere, like near this inconspicuous pot. These special op guys with halberds are actually terrifying. They spam high damage AoE that also has a chance to stun. What's that? Did someone say solve the problem with Chaos Brand again? Why didn't you say so sooner? Finally, they can rescue everyone imprisoned inside the villa. A familiar voice speaks up. It's nice to meet you. Wait a minute. Surely Estelle's just joking. Estelle might be a little oblivious sometimes, but that's just because she makes everything a little bit better. But how could they be the same person? They have different hair and different names. Please, just call her Chloe. Julia gave her that nickname, and it's what all of her friends call her. As for the hair, it's just a wig. Kinda surprising how few people at her school were able to put it together. Not even Mayor Dalmore seemed to notice. I won't foreshadow explain here, but this revelation was not exactly subtle. But their reunion is cut short. The men in black suits are back to threatening to murder children. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their dream. Well, they won't kill the princess at least, but General Morgan's granddaughter is fair game.
ああ、私たちが倒しちゃったから。
But wait, it's Shedazard and Olivier with a steel chair. This series pulls this stunt a billion times, and I never get tired of it. Never thought Zin and Shedazard would see each other again. I think Olivier is getting a bit jealous. Did Shara mention that Aina wants to drink again?
ごめんなさい。僕が悪うございました。
I fucking love this guy.
クローゼ
I think seppuku is a bit extreme, Julia. Chloe isn't taking any of this personally. It's probably best to get Chloe to a safe place, but Chloe doesn't want to just sit around. She has a request. She wants to retake the royal capital and free the queen. That's a tall order. The castle is impregnable after all. Wait, is that what that word means? Believe it or not, Claudia has a map of a secret entrance from the sewers. That'll be their way to open the gates. Back at the castle, Amalthea is pissed that they took back the villa, but is ready for whatever they got. They'll have two primary teams. Joshua and the boys will sneak in and deactivate the gate. Team Girl Power will ride the airship they captured and free Her Majesty. No, Chloe is not going into hiding. She will save her grandmother. Is this more parallelism between characters? In my narrative-driven video game? The boys arrive in the city for sewer exploration round 3. This is the last big grinding spot for high-level courts. Spoiler, it's not the final dungeon, but there is a good reason to be prepared. With Joshua's team in place, the operation starts at noon. Niall is getting ready to document everything. Joshua and company bust through the secret entrance and open the gates. The royal guards storm in. Amalthea has been caught off guard. She sends everyone downstairs to stop them, but that was part of the plan. Team Girl Power lands on the roof to get to the queen. Honestly, this fight isn't that bad, I just got unlucky. There's quite a few battles on the way in, but they finally arrive next to Duke Dunan. He does realize that he's being used, right? He's not actually going to be the king of anything. He didn't recognize Chloe at first either. This is why he hates those things called women. Always playing tricks. It's why he can't let one lead the country. Holy shit. This man sold out his entire nation because he's a misogynist. What a fucking loser. Not even his spec ops can defend that statement, but it's their job to protect him anyway. Turns out, they're just a pushover. What was that about women? Dunan gets so scared that he passes out. This is actually a metaphor to how Dunon views women as monsters. Philip materializes out of nowhere to bail him out again. Look, just take him away. He's not a real threat to anyone. Finally pushing through to the Queen, it's the last line of defense. Lawrence. Surely he doesn't stand a chance when it's 3-on-1, even if he is a former Jaeger. He sees they did their homework. But of course the daughter of S-rank bracer Cassius Brightwood. Chloe begins pleading for him to release her grandmother, but he replies with his villain monologue. Chloe sees the world in simple terms. The country isn't a basic orb mint, but an infinitely complex system that requires understanding of all of its intricacies to rule. If she doesn't understand that at the very least, then she is unfit to be queen. Who the hell is this guy? Nobody expected to get political theory right now. Regardless, if he won't give up the queen, then the only option left is force. That's why he rips off his shirt Yakuza style. Nah, it's just his hat. Based on his hair color, he must be from up north. Surely, this has nothing to do with a similar hair color being mentioned earlier in the story. Anyway, just because they are women, he's not going to go easy on them. This is the power of believing in gender equality. Alright, so this fight is kind of fucked up. It's supposed to be. It's meant to be a scripted loss. He's fast, hits hard, uses an art with high damage but also has a high chance to confuse that isn't even in the arts list, and will heal before anyone has a chance to interrupt him, and more than likely will probably wipe your team if he ever uses his S-craft. But it is possible to win this battle. If you want some tips, in addition to confuse chance, he can also inflict mute. Equip accessories to resist those, and at least one party member should have the Grail Locket at this point. He can be baited into using Arts Cancel, which does a lot less damage than his other attacks. Spoiler, this will not be true when fighting him in the next game. Buffs to defense and attack are good, but speed is even better. More important than anything else, if you want to stand a chance at all, Chloe's craft to reduce his attack and defense is mandatory. One last cool thing about this fight, because losing triggers a cutscene and is not considered a game over, you can't use the retry offset function to make it any easier, which is a really cool way they play around with their own mechanics. The biggest boon for this fight is saving up all craft points from the previous encounters to be able to try to nuke him. That, plus a little bit of luck of him not casting heals, and it is possible to eke out a win. This gives special dialogue where he will admit that Estelle is already quite strong. This is actually a reference to God Hand. He was absolutely holding back before in the tournament. They never would have stood a chance. If you win, Lawrence apologizes for not taking Estelle seriously. She really will follow in her father's footsteps one day. But that day has not arrived, as he wins in the cutscene anyway. Don't worry, he didn't kill anyone. The Queen takes a good look at him now that his mask is off, and wonders how someone so young can have so much pain in his eyes. Lawrence lets out a sigh. He doesn't want pity from someone who knows the name of Hamel. The sound of that word shocks the Queen to her core. Lucky for them, his job here is done. If they want to stop the Colonel, they're gonna have to go down. He jumps off the edge and gets away like it's nothing. Didn't even make a ripple in the water. Joshua finally catches up after finishing up downstairs. After hearing Lawrence was here, he panics, but is glad that Estelle wasn't seriously hurt. It's a hollow victory. The rest of the army is mobilizing after their little rescue mission. They're going to arrive soon. Now isn't the time to run. The Queen knows exactly what's happening right now. Richard is after the Shining Ring, the Oriole. No way. The thing that Professor Alba mentioned all the way back at the beginning of the game, an artifact that can control nature itself? According to legend at least, the Shining Rod will bring untold ruin. That's why it was sealed away. This goes beyond the basic coup. The thing that Richard wants rivals that which caused the great collapse of legend. Where the heck did he go? The only room in the castle that's truly off limits. The treasury. They made a whole elevator down there in this short amount of time. This was always their plan from the start. Too bad it requires a key like the one back at the beginning of the game. Anyway, Professor Russell and crew are here. Simply put, they were hiding in plain sight. Honestly, the reason for them being in the castle at this point is extremely contrived, but Agato talked to Elnun at the guild and headed straight over. He wasn't going to miss a chance to beat up some more spec ops. I'm glad Agato has no idea who the queen and princess are. See, Estelle, you aren't as dumb as some of the other characters in this game. Then everyone has to gather up and talk about how cute Tita is. It's important. We need stupid character interactions like this, please understand. Anyhow, the professor can hack the elevator easily, but the army has closed in. The queen believes it's finally time for her to make a move. She's going to ask the army to stand down. Assuming they still believe in their country, they will listen to her. There isn't too much left in terms of plot. Just assemble a team of who you want from the journey plus the dual protagonist. Of course you need Estelle and Joshua in the party. For myself, I take Chloe and Olivier for my last 2 slots. It's a long, winding dungeon, and if you didn't get the super weapons from the books, the chests in here contain all the best equipment in the game. As a prank, it's also the only gender lock gear. This means that you will only get 2 sets for male and female armor, so having balanced genders in the party is actually beneficial. Not to reinforce the gender binary, but this game came out in 2004. I could do my usual shtick with the giant block of text about how my company doesn't reflect these views. You get the idea. All I will say is there are canonically gender non-conforming and intersex characters later on in the series, which is a fact that some people like to gloss over as they pretend that nothing progressive has ever been put into a Japanese video game, ever. On the way down, they get to fight Amalthea for real because she only pretended to lose on the roof. I have no idea how that helped her. Call me crazy, but I think she's a bit obsessed with Colonel Richard. Now where have I seen this before? With her defeated for real ungod this time, these chess battles are starting to get a bit insanely repetitive. This final dungeon is way longer than anything else in the game. It's so long that it even has a checkpoint in the middle. This is clearly a reference to Chrono Trigger. Upon finally reaching the bottom, it's just Richard. But the gospel hasn't been activated yet. That means there's still time. But why does he want this so badly? Simple. It will be used to intimidate other countries. Liberal lacks political weight. They have 1/5 of the population of Calvard, and not even 1/8 of Erebonia's army. The only thing that keeps them ahead is technology, which will not last forever. This is the only hope they have to avoid another invasion. A weapon that can obliterate any would-be invader. Even if such a weapon was necessary, they can't rely on something they don't fully understand. They even won the war 10 years ago with much less. That's only because they had Cassius. Now that he's retired, they need another way. Richard thought information was the last bastion of protection, but that too is no longer sufficient. He needs something that can create another miracle if needed. That's the cue. It's time for Estelle to make her hero's speech. Is this Richard's miracle, though? Being a bracer means protecting people, but it doesn't mean they're unstoppable. The greatest miracle of all is when people band together to protect what they love. Cassius was just one man. He did not single-handedly save the country. All of them working like hell to protect what they loved did. It's all of them that brought the war to the end. Richard was one of those people. Isn't it a miracle that they managed to get this far to try and stop him? That's thanks to everyone that they met supporting them along the way. Estelle still believes there is potential in everyone. If another war does break out in the future, the people will do what they did before, band together, and create their own Kiseki, because the real Kiseki is the friends we made along the way. Richard can only chuckle. If everyone was like Estelle, maybe he wouldn't need to do what he has to do. But he doesn't believe in them. The masses. Before they fight, Joshua has one last thing he wants to know. How did Richard even know of this place? Not even the Queen knew anything about it, let alone anyone else in the kingdom. He had to have gotten his information from somewhere. Richard says that he can't reveal his sources. No. Well, that might be half true. It's not that Richard's hiding it. It's that he doesn't know. Audible gasp. Someone planted the idea in Richard's mind, made him believe that the Oriole was here and the gospel could control it. But it's too late to back out now. If they truly think they can stop him, they're going to have to do it by force. Time to get sidetracked again. I know where some criticisms will come from that I've made up in my head. Sure, the super weapon's existence seemingly comes out of nowhere, and the stakes go to the stratosphere, but it kinda doesn't matter what this super weapon is at this point in the story. Richard's beliefs are very real. As I said forever ago, this is still a game about trauma and how people react to it. The war changed Richard. He's deeply afraid of another invasion. So afraid that he'll go as far as to overthrow his current government and use the threat of something beyond comprehension to never be invaded again. That's what he's resolved to do. Not only is the foundation of his coup built on threats and intimidation, it is also his plan to maintain peace. But none of this is going to give Richard what he wants. It's only going to make things worse. Estelle's right. The only way things can be peaceful is by having faith in others. He might not be doing it out of malice, but once Richard lost that faith, his fate was sealed. But it's too late. The gospel has been activated. However, not in a way that anyone expected. The lights go out, but it's almost as if something has been released. Suddenly, an intercom starts speaking.
The first barrier has been released. Device towers have been activated.
Now we're talking. It's going from fantasy with some sci-fi elements to full sci-fi. I love these kinds of settings. Well, that's a giant robot that's going to hurt everyone. I love how it's in full 3D to make it feel even more alien with all the sprite work in the game. I have no idea if that was intended, but it rocks. Welcome to the final boss of the game. It's not too horrible, probably because I had to reset on Lawrence a bunch of times. One of the ads can only be damaged by magic, and the other only by physical damage. By this point, my Estelle was equipped with infinite tank stats to just meatball and cast buffs and earth walls and heals on people. Chloe and Olivier are strong arts users, so, you know. Although, come on. It's an RPG from Japan. You really thought it was only gonna be one phase? I don't care what the translation said, that robot definitely just said genocide mode. The second phase is going to spawn a billion little robots that cast heals on the big boss and other annoying arts. They also explode when they die to do a stupid amount of damage to only the player characters and not to each other. Objectively bad game design. The main boss also has a global arts cancel that can only be stopped by dealing enough total damage that it breaks for the rest of the fight. Before that, I hope you have enough spell haste. It's also casually immune to being debuffed. It likes to grab party members and instantly delete their health bars unless you have max guard prepped. I told you that shit was borderline necessary. Then it uses this little skill called Annihilation that does that to all of your party members. It's a nail biter, making sure to keep at least one person alive. Hope you saved up celestial bombs for this because it is not a cakewalk. They actually did it. They won. Richard finally starts to come to his senses. It's almost as if that thing was trying to destroy the Oriole. Maybe things are not exactly as he believed them to be. I love it when there's just a never-ending series of phases for the final boss. Joshua immediately rushes in to protect Estelle, but Richard can still fight. He'll buy them some time so they can escape. That's not good. Richard admits that he might have screwed everything up, but if he can save a few people in the end, maybe it'll make up for it. But if you believe that there is no hope, then there will be none. Is that him? It's Dad, just in the nick of time. Thanks to his assist, this is just a victory lap phase. Nothing to see here. I only took my time because I wanted to get the achievement for not using S-crafts. Even though they got help from Cassius, I think they can call that one a win. The title music is even playing. It's good to see you too, Dad. I think she's allowed to be a little upset about this. Cassius asks Joshua if it's been difficult looking after Estelle. It depends on the day, but she looks out for him too. That's right, Olivier hasn't met Cassius yet. One of the only people in this game. It's rare to get to meet a living legend. Of course he knows who Chloe is. It was a shame he didn't get to see her school festival. Is this really the time to be talking about this? A little bit, because everything's back to normal. They still have a lot of work to do, but the worst has come to pass. The situation above is fine. General Morgan and Sid managed to get everything under control because Cassius freed them on the way here. Richard isn't even surprised by that. He imprisoned Sid's family and Morgan's daughter to control them, but Cassius would be able to rescue them. Cassius says that might be true, but that's all he did. If Cassius didn't break them out, they would have done so themselves. Richard refuses to believe that. They needed Cassius. If he never left the army, it never would have come to this. Richard is a fool. Cassius believed in the army the same way that Estelle believes in everyone. He is not some godlike hero. He's just one guy. Everyone helped him succeed 10 years ago. Now he's just a man who runs away from reality without protecting the things important to him. But Cassius is done running too. Richard's gonna have a lot of time to mull it over. This scene is the icing on the cake for why this victory is so impactful. It's not just defeating Richard, it's defeating his ideology. Richard threatens people into submission to work for him, and now it's all crumbled. This is directly countered by Estelle building a coalition on trust and helping people. So when Richard is defeated here, it's not just him losing, it's his ideology that's losing. Cassius then has to explain it all for the folks at home, but it's not his speech that made this moment work. It's everything that led up to it. The whole game has been about helping people and having faith in one another. That's what allows them to succeed. That's the true end to the coup d'etat. So it's time to party. The Queen's 60th birthday party. Everyone can finally relax. Because of their outstanding achievements in stopping the coup, Estelle and Joshua are finally senior bracers. Cassius presents them with their real bracer badges. I'm gonna dip into symbolism again here, but this isn't just them becoming full-fledged bracers. It's them growing up and Cassius acknowledging that. It's perfect. So, Cassius is retiring from the Bracer Guild to go back to the army. A bit soon, but not surprising. Someone needs to oversee fixing things from the inside. Richard was just the tip of the iceberg. Cassius can't celebrate for long. The Sky Bandits already managed to escape during the confusion. Plus, what did breaking the seal underground do? What about people's corrupted memories? Not everything is solved. One thing is certain though. The man who gave the gospel to Richard was Lieutenant Lawrence. Coincidentally, the coup was planned shortly after. Guess that man was suspicious after all. Estelle should have drawn a picture of him for evidence. She saw his face? Yes. His eyes were bold, but also on fire at the same time. Joshua's eyes are looking a little fierce too. Maybe they should go enjoy the festival and relax a bit. There's about 1 billion characters to meet and greet. Not that I will share all of it here, but it is the victory lap from the adventure. All the characters you met, all the fun dialogue, and all the satisfaction. There is a bit more from here, but I simply want to say, I adore Trails in the Sky FC. Great setup and great payoff. Great characters, great themes, but also great gameplay. When the game tries to have an investigation segment or a stealth section, it barely has any depth, but it fits right in. All culminating in a great finale that really ties it all together. I think this game stands as an amazing adventure. But it is only the first chapter. Now, after everything that happened in the adventure so far, I don't think anything can mentally prepare you for what happens next. If you're watching this video without playing the games, get ready. It's time to get that ice cream that Estelle promised Joshua, or more like promised herself. Why does Estelle remember these little things? Because she cares! Joshua and Estelle take a break on the bench like they promised. They can go wherever they want now that they're senior bracers. It comes with more responsibility, but more freedom as well. Whatever Estelle decides to do, though, Joshua wants to be there. Damn, Joshua. Oh, he meant like in a work sense. And here Estelle thought he was going to confess to her. Ice cream! She didn't even run in the right direction.
Yeah.
Right, Professor Alba. We didn't see him during the festival. Hey, he's been a nice recurring character that I almost forgot about. Suddenly, Joshua tells Professor Alba that he always made him uncomfortable. Back when they first met him, it made him physically ill. Everywhere they went, every case they solved, the professor has always made an appearance. His timing was always too perfect. But the final nail in the coffin that gave him away was Kurt. He felt awful when they talked to him in the stands, just like Joshua back at the tower. And who was right behind him? So, Professor Alba, was it you? Impressive. Even with your cognizance and recollection being puppeteered, you were still able to piece it all together. He doesn't bother hiding it anymore. In fact, he can clear up Joshua's confusion. Doesn't Joshua remember? It was him. When a little Joshua's heart was in tatters, it was he who put him back together. Because he's one of them, capable of manipulating the memories of man. One of the 7 snake apostles, Weissman the Faceless. Joshua jumps back and draws his knives. I've not heard that name past your lips in ages. Enforcer number 13, the Black Fang, Joshua Astray. Weissman was the one behind it all. That means Lawrence must be... It's exactly as Joshua thinks. Is he here to kill Joshua? No, quite the opposite. He's here to reward Joshua. Thanks to him, Phase 1 went off without a hitch. Unlocking the ruins is just the beginning. Joshua demands to know what the Oriole is. If he wants to know so badly, why doesn't he just return to duty? He can get back up to speed in no time. Joshua only looks in disgust. It's all fine and good. Joshua has a family now, a father he admires, and nothing to say of the girl he adores so much. So no, he's here to give him true freedom, as thanks for his work for the last 5 years. What? He's been helping them? Bullshit! Joshua misunderstands. He wasn't intended to be an assassin. He was a spy. The stage was perfectly set. The society abandoned a poor kid, and a noble man took him into his home. The perfect mold to report on all of Cassius's activities in the Bracer Guilds as well. Of course, Joshua doesn't remember those little talks. He wasn't himself at the time. Joshua looks down in distress. It's simple, really. The reason the coup was perfectly timed with Cassius's absence was because of Joshua. These last 5 years were invaluable, so of course he gets his freedom. All those years with Estelle? All those years of feigned ignorance truly got him a family. If he never says anything, they'll never know. The Bright family are good people, too good for a monster such as Joshua. No matter how much he tries to be normal, Joshua is anything but. Surely he knows his skills are unnatural. The power to reason through and execute a solution to any problem, his physical prowess, it's all thanks to Weissman. He's his greatest creation, a human weapon. That is who Joshua is. Joshua says nothing. He has no business in the lives of normal people. He can feel free to return to the Grandmaster's society if he chooses. Back to Ouroboros. Joshua stays there on the ground. Is this his punishment? What does he do? As day turns to evening, Estelle finally gets the ice cream. God, she made Joshua wait for so long. What was she thinking? She also bumps into the professor on the way back. He seems unusually happy. Oh, he made some leaps in his research. Well, ice cream is melting, so time to find Joshua. Yummy, yummy ice cream. As Estelle hands over the treat, Joshua says sorry about earlier. It wasn't the right time for confessions. They do have a lot of things to consider before they rush into anything. Estelle notices. Is something off? Oh, never mind. After dinner, Estelle asked Shedazad if Joshua seemed alright. Sheda didn't notice anything, but if Estelle's so worried, why not just talk to him? It's obvious to everyone that she's into him. Just go do it. I'd recognize that harmonica anywhere. Estelle knows that song, The Whereabouts of Light. Joshua has lost a lot, but he's been thinking about why he plays this harmonica. It's time for him to keep his promise to Estelle. It's gonna take a while, though. She will listen to every word.
ありがとう。
Once, there was a little boy all by himself. He was a timid sort, relying on the kindness of others without a single redeeming trait. But people cared about him, so he was happy. Then, something happened that broke his heart. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't sleep. He wouldn't talk. He would only play the harmonica. Nobody could fix him. Then one day, a magician said he could repair the boy's heart. Nobody else could, so he was taken in. That boy's heart became that of a murderer. For 2 years, he killed every single day, mostly soldiers, but he'd even slit the throat of a national cabinet member. Every technique was on the table. He even used explosive, which maimed and killed innocent bystanders. He became something of a legend, a name to be feared, the Black Fang. Then one day, the magician ordered him to assassinate a hero, a man who protected his nation from the threat of an invading northern country. But the target was too strong. He defeated the boy as if swatting a fly. At the moment of defeat, the magician's servants showed up. It was time to clean up a loose end. But instead, someone came to his defense. The man he just tried to kill. And so, the boy was taken into his house, where he lived for 5 years, feeling as if it was all a dream. But all dreams have to end at some point. Was that real? Every detail. Joshua's heart is broken. His hands are stained in blood. He's even been betraying them for a long time. He can't be saved from his true purpose. His presence only brings misery. He's just plain tainted. But the boy still set out on a journey in hopes that he could prevent misfortunes from the ones he held dear. He will find the magician who made him live that life and kill him. Joshua gives Estelle his harmonica. That's the last remnant of his human heart. He doesn't need it anymore. Consider it a simple thanks for the last 5 years.
加減にしなさいよ。
え？
いい加減にしなさいっての。夢なんて言わないでよ。まるで今までのことが本当じゃなかったみたいじゃない。過去が何だっていうの？心が壊れてる？それがどうしたっていうのよ。
エステル。
私を見て。私の目を見てよ。ずっとその男の子のことを見てきたわ。いいところも悪いところも知ってる。男の子が何かに苦しみながら必死に頑張ってたことも知ってる。そんなヨシアのことを私は好きになったんだから。一人で行くなんてダメだからね。私の気持ちを置き去りにして消えちゃうなんて絶対に許さないんだから。
エステル。
I hope you understand why I insist on using the voice acting so much. The turning point of the story is almost humorous. It feels like it's going to be a typical nervous confession from Estelle, but all that nervous energy dissipates in the heat of the moment. Estelle shouts at the top of their lungs that the man that she loves can't be a horrible person. Why can't he see that? It was all fake? Well, it was real to her. She knows Joshua. It wasn't a dream. It's one of the best emotional moments in the whole franchise. It also explains why Joshua doesn't think anything of Estelle's odd behavior when she's crushing on him super hard. That self-hatred that only made a few appearances runs so deep that he dismisses all the obvious signs. Nobody would think of a lowlife like him that way. All those moments, all those heart-to-hearts, all that little banter between the two builds towards this moment right at the end of the game. The crazy thing is, at no point in my first playthrough did I think Joshua was going to be an assassin in his previous life. Somewhere in my mind I thought he'd be a soldier for the Empire, or maybe a disgruntled former member of royalty. The Sky Bandits only cemented that possibility in my mind. On replay, it seems so obvious, I wondered how I could even miss it. Joshua knows a lot about weapons. He can identify the specific type of poison that's used when Karna was knocked out. He knows about hypnotizing and using drugs to manipulate people. He's good at talking his way into places he has no business being. His techniques are perfect for the job. He even threatens to eviscerate Mayor Dalmore when he tries to murder Estelle. I thought Joshua was just drawing attention away, but he really meant that. He was not bluffing. When I reflected on it some more, the reason I didn't think Joshua would be a former criminal is because Joshua isn't evil. Or I should say, I didn't think he was capable of evil. The most I could say about him is that he seems melancholic. It would also be super insane if Cassius brought an assassin into his family, but now Joshua freaking out at the very beginning of the game makes a whole lot of sense. When Joshua talks about how he's fundamentally broken and undeserving of happiness, he's thinking about what he's done. The same can be said when he talks about killing monsters without remorse. It was all right there. That's why this twist works so well for me. Hell, Joshua always talks about how criminals don't show their true colors to try to blend in. He was not just talking about everyone else. It highlights some incredibly well done foreshadowing that subverts a lot of my expectations. The contrast between Joshua's personality and his past. But I agree with Estelle. Even if all of that is true, Joshua doesn't have to go back. He's been nothing but helpful for the last 5 years. But even that has to be taken away from him by Weissman. The life of an assassin and a spy is not the one he wanted. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Whether he was conscious of it or not, he poses further danger by sticking around. I also love the portrait change from the Joshua that we know from the whole adventure into something more sinister. It's crazy how such a simple change can really amplify the emotional gravity of the situation. But they share a kiss. Estelle brings her hand to her face. Something bitter. Joshua just says, "This is my normal, my nature." Ending his little monologue by saying he hates running away from the girl that he loves. He always loved Estelle from the moment that they met.
Sayonara, Estelle.
What an incredible cliffhanger. That's why nobody can stop after they roll the credits on the first game. Most people are invested if they make it this far, but right here is when everyone became a Kiseki freak. Where does it go from here? Well, buy the second game, import the save data, and this video is getting twice as long. Now, I'm one of those people who doesn't believe the best game of all time has ever been made. There's always room to push boundaries and find the way to move the medium forward. But if you sat me down, got a few drinks in me, and asked me what my favorite game of all time is, I'd tell you a story. I was climbing a mountain, and I asked the guide how close we were to the top. He responded, "Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter," and I knew we were at the peak. Except we'll save that for another day. I lied earlier. This has already ballooned way bigger than I anticipated, and I would rather get something out in the meantime. Although, I might make some smaller projects in between because this isn't good for my mental stability. All I'm gonna say is this. I don't take sponsorships. I don't want to deal with the logistics of merchandise, although it is always subject to change. If you like what I do and you want to help me out, Feel free to support me on Patreon or buy me a coffee. I only ask that you take care of yourself first before you give me any money, that I will somehow irresponsibly spend on anime merchandise instead of necessities. Thanks to all my patrons for making this possible in the first place, as they hear me read through scripts and stumble over my words more often than what makes it into the final cut of the video. Now let's get out there, and be disappointed when my next upload is not part 2.